We'll start in 2 minutes, so grab your tea, coffee and snacks and come sit down. Wow, you all went quiet without me even saying anything. If only undergraduates did that. Right, so let's get ready for session 2. Can flying be part of a sustainable future? I think we're going to have some quite interesting debate around this one. Why have we picked this as a topic? Well, flying accounts for about 2.5% of global CO2 emissions. It's not just CO2 that's important though. Aircraft also release nitrogen oxides, oxidized sulfur, water vapor, contrail cirrus, that's the little clouds that come out of the back. And all of that also contributes to greenhouse gas and global warming. So when you add all of those bits together and the fact that you're emitting at altitude, the aircraft are contributing to probably more than 5% of our greenhouse gases, global warming contributions. And in 2019, that's a global average. In 2019 in the UK, it was more than 8% on the CO2 emissions. Only a really small proportion of the world fly, and in fact, even in richer countries like the UK, only up to 15% of people would be considered as frequent flyers, and a whole chunk of the population have never been on a plane and might never go on a plane. So this is a real challenge in terms of sustainability, both from a climate change perspective, but also from an equality perspective as well. Now, we've just said that flying is not good from a carbon greenhouse gas perspective, but here's some more buts for you. In the opening to the 2023 House of Commons Environmental Audit Committee report on net zero and UK aviation, one of the things that was pulled out is powered flight is a significant contributor to national, continental and global connectivity and a substantial driver of economic growth. Passenger aviation enables national and international travel for businesses and for leisure. Civil freight aviation enables rapid trade in goods with all parts of the globe. So what that tells you is that there is some positives and maybe a need for a certain amount of air travel from a global development perspective or from an equality perspective. So do we really need to fly? And how much do we really need to fly? And how can we do that with the lowest carbon and other impacts? And you can see there's some balances starting to come through. Where are our buts? What are our inconvenient truths here? And how can we find that balance? So to help us address that, we have a panel of experts. On this end of the line, we've got Dr. Alex Chapman. He's a senior economist at the New Economics Foundation, and he focuses on economics of climate change, nature recovery, and inequality, and he's written a lot about economics of flying. Then we've got Professor Matt Watson, who is the head of the School of Geography and Planning, and he's looked at our academic addiction to flying and how it might reinforce colonial structures in research. We've got Professor Amy Ambrose from the Centre for Regional Economic and Social Research at Sheffield Hallam University, and she's looked at the disproportionate impact of high consumers and what drives their consumption. And then we've got Dr. Stuart Walker, who's a Senior Research Fellow at the Grantham Centre, and he leads our quantifying sustainability team. So what we'll do is we'll hear from our speakers. We're going to start at the other end of the line and come back this direction. And then there'll be lots of opportunity for you to ask questions as well. So it's the same Mentimeter code that you've already had this morning. It should flip on to the next question for you. If you weren't here in the first session, don't worry. Go to menti.com, put that code in. I'll leave it on the screen for now. Type your codes on there. If you'd like to ask your question with a microphone instead of me reading it out, then just write that in your question so we can see who it is, and I will come to you. We have a roving mic, and you can ask your question directly to us when we come to that one. So first of all, Stuart, off you go.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start with how bad is it? So flying, how bad is flying? So as Rachel said a little bit, there's a lot of emissions from flying. So up to now, globally, about 1 billion tons of CO2 emitted by the aviation industry, and around about something like 900 million tons of CO2 per year. And that's rising. So that's about the emissions of somewhere like Canada or most of Africa per year. As we said, there's lots of other kind of impacts. There's the CO2 impacts from the burning of the fuel, which is the vast majority of the emissions from that. There's a lot of other impacts, the contrails, which cause additional warming, additional impacts at takeoff and landing, and various other impacts. So in terms of how bad is it, those are some kind of big numbers, quite bad, but we shouldn't be alarmed. The aviation industry has a plan. We're going to have net zero aviation, I'm told regularly. So I've been to a few events about this and learned a little bit about what the net zero aviation plan is. So there's a lot of plans for net zero aviation by 2050. And if we look into how this is proposed to occur, basically, the vast majority of emissions come from the fuel. So there's this thing called SAF, people might have heard of, which SAF stands for synthetic aviation fuel. The S stands for synthetic, not anything else. It's mandated in some countries in very small amounts. There are non-binding targets of kind of very low, kind of less than 10% agreements in various countries. SAF at the moment is incredibly expensive. It's around about 10 times the cost of jet aviation fuel. It does work, it can be used. I went to a talk the other day and learned about the manufacturing locations for SAF, which are very interesting. At the moment, SAF is made in a very limited number of locations due to the availability of feedstock and water, and then it's actually shipped around the world to airports to then be put into planes to be then flown possibly back to where it came from, which is an interesting question. There's also, so SAF will make up the 65% reduction to get us to net zero. There's also a few other routes to make up that other difference. So by lightweighting of planes, for example, use of carbon fiber and complex alloys and things like that, is proposed to reduce maybe about another 5 or 10%. There's various other interesting challenges about kind of shifting to carbon fiber manufacture, and which is not without its own environmental damage and impacts. There's a few other kind of opportunities for reducing the impact through things like efficiency and routing and things like that. Basically, in terms of the progress towards this net zero by 2050, there are a range of trajectories similar to how we have the UK kind of carbon trajectory. We're currently on either the business as usual or the mild action trajectory. So there's not a great deal of action been made on this. Currently, the volumes of SAF that we're going to need in order to achieve the reduction that we need within the next sort of 5 years are projected to be made by about 2050. So I think before I move on, that's going to be my kind of closing remark on this, that in theory, SAF helps us get to net zero aviation, but at the moment, the amount of SAF that we need now isn't going to be made until about 20 years' time, by which time it will already be too late and the emissions will be too high.
So we're all doomed. There's a positive note. Amy, over to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to come at this from, I suspect, a slightly different angle to that of my colleagues on the panel. We'll see. I'm going to start with some questions, 2 questions for you as the audience. Please try and answer these questions as your whole self, not your professional persona that you've no doubt come dressed in today. Put your hand up if you enjoy flying. A few brave souls, yep, thank you. Put your hand up if you enjoy what flying allows you to do or to access. Yeah, many more hands there. And thank you for your honesty in what's potentially quite a judgmental setting with a load of environmentalists. And it's only fair if I answer these questions myself. So personally, I find the smell of kerosene really offensive. I find airports feel like prisons processing ants. I feel that being thrust into the air in a metal tube just feels like a really brutal thing. So as you've probably deduced, I don't really like the act of flying. But what I do love is waking up in my own bed in the morning, and perhaps by the time I go to bed that night, being somewhere completely different and somewhere probably completely fascinating. I'm going to be completely honest and say that's very, very appealing to me, and I've enjoyed it a great deal in my life so far. So I'm a researcher that's interested in how environmental policy kind of lands in our daily lives, in our lived experience. So I'm not an expert on flying specifically, and I'm absolutely not the right person to tell you about whether we can reach net zero while continuing to fly at the levels we do. I think my colleague to the left just sort of concluded that we can't do that. And also I know absolutely nothing about whether these low carbon fuels are really a viable reality. So instead, I come at this problem from the point of view of how likely we are to want to part from this very damaging activity, given the perceived benefits that it brings to us. You've just displayed that with your show of hands. It definitely brings perceived benefits. So my research is generally concerned with heating transitions and with achieving equity in that context. But I have been outspoken about academics' flying habits in the past, notably in the Times HE, which opened me up to an awful lot of abusive emails, which I just ignored. That might be why I'm on this panel and not on the housing decarbonisation panel. But I thought I'd just run with it anyway and do something a bit different. So what I know from my research into heating transitions is that we're fundamentally hedonists at heart, and that in relation to heating, we seek the most joyful route to warming our bodies where those opportunities exist, rather than the most rational or environmentally responsible route. Or we make some concessions to the environment, but we cling tight to our guilty pleasures. So, for example, getting a heat pump installed, but also having a log burner, for example. We know that happens a lot. So our attachment to flying, I've reasoned, might well be the same, particularly in a leisure context. It's a guilty pleasure that we might not want to part with. We can be kind to the environment in other areas of our lives, can't we? Flying for work is perhaps similar but different. It brings opportunities for a degree of adventure with no direct cost to ourselves. It offers potentially closer connections to colleagues. It helps us develop these prized international networks so highly valued in academia, which enhances our cultural capital amongst our peers. I suppose that much depends on how often you're expected to do it, because the act itself is not all that pleasurable to most. And despite the warp speeds that we achieve through air travel, it's still time-consuming and laborious. And I think it's something you could definitely get fed up with, despite its benefits. I believe that flying is rarely absolutely essential, but clearly an awful lot of people don't agree with me because the emissions associated with it are climbing. It seems we can't get enough of it. But who is the we in this scenario? So there's no doubt that flying is yet another global north exclusive, but it's not even evenly distributed within the global north, and the UK is no exception to that. So we know that the wealthier you are, the more likely you are to fly. The more highly educated you are, the more likely you are to fly. Living in London also makes it more likely. It's a fact. So in 2 of those 3 ways, we may well be talking about many of us that are in this room now. Now, despite the rise of budget airlines, lower income groups are not proportionately sharing in the benefits of air travel. Frequent or even regular air travel is an elite, not a widespread activity. It might not feel like it, but it's not. 50% of the population does not participate in air travel. I think Rachel shared some of these stats earlier. And 15% of the population is responsible for 70% of all flights, according to analysis by colleagues at University of Leeds. So demand reduction, in my view, shouldn't therefore rely on ensuring that low-income groups continue not to fly while we continue to fly. If we're accepting that flying remains a part of our future, and it is hard to imagine a scenario where it won't be, a more even distribution of opportunity has got to be a key consideration in how we tackle the environmental damage of flying. And that almost certainly means people like us flying a lot less. Sorry, that was probably more than 5 minutes, sorry.
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Amy. Right, over to you, Matt.
Is it on? I have to check this before I picked it up. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's working.
Smooth start, thank you. Just first of all, I'm not head of school, thankfully.
Oh,
that's okay.
it still says that on your website. You might want to get that changed before everyone emails
you.
you.
I get those emails. Yeah. I'm director of research for the school. So my research over the years has been around trying to understand social change for sustainability, particularly around trying to reduce resource consumption, particularly resource consumption of the world's relatively wealthy. Just carrying on about the inequity, of course, about the 10% richest of the world account for around 50% of total emissions. So if we're looking to reduce the demand for resources, we need to start with the world's relatively wealthy. So I've researched various topics over the years, including energy demand reduction, food waste reduction, urban travel change towards more sustainable options. But that framing in terms of reducing resource consumption and a framing of equity, I think fairly inevitably led me towards thinking about researching flying. As we've heard, it is profoundly inequitous. A flight is about the worst thing most of us can do if we're not a CEO making significant decisions on a day. If taking a flight is one of the worst things we can do on a day to contribute to climate change. Yes, we can compensate in other areas of our life, but just on the basis of CO2, a transatlantic standard return flight has a bigger carbon dioxide output than we save through any of the standard lifestyle changes we can make. If we add in radiative forcing, that additional climate change burden from flying, a single standard class return flight to the US will produce more climate change effects than typical use of a car for a year. So we have to change a lot in our lifestyles to compensate for being in any way a frequent flyer. Meanwhile, the equity, we've heard about the equity, but in a way it's more intense again. Gosling in Nature Communications estimates only 4% of the world's population takes an international flight in a year, and that 1% of the world's population accounts for 50% of aviation emissions. And certainly, as Amy pointed out, there's huge inequity in terms of between people who fly. So, if we want to look for the easiest targets, private jets, why do they exist? Some private jet users put out enough carbon to be reckoned to account for 2 excess deaths, human deaths a year, and a conversion of carbon emissions to actual effects on people's lives. So when we're talking about equity, it gets pretty brutal. So I turned my attention to flight from my research. That led to co-organizing a symposium on reducing academic flight with my colleague, Stephen Allen, in management. And that was an international conference with hybrid participation even before the pandemic. There was no flying to get an international bunch of people to talk about the challenges of reducing academic flying. That led to being invited to chair a task and finish group for the University on Travel Decarbonisation and really digging into the rather opaque stats that we could find on flight from the University of Sheffield and trying to come up with approaches to reducing it. And also writing an article, again with Stephen and another colleague, on the commonalities between decolonisation agendas and reducing flight. If you think about that distribution, the inequity that is embedded in flight, then reducing flight is essentially a decolonial act, addressing the way in which so many consumption processes reproduce colonial relations. So I was kind of heading towards flight reduction as a research topic, recognizing that technological change cannot happen fast enough, and with various disbenefits, we have to reduce flight if we are going to have sustainable flight by 2050. But I thought that was a bit too hard, so I haven't done that. I'll still turn up to talk about flight.
Thanks, Matt. Over to you, Alex.
Hello. Yes, I'm Alex Chapman. I'm a senior economist at the New Economics Foundation. If you're not familiar with us, we're a charitable think tank. Think tanks can be really dodgy. I like to think that we're not. Our funders can be found on our website, so do check that out, because I think it's important to be transparent when you work for a think tank about these sorts of things. We never really intended to get into the space of working on aviation. The reason that we did so was because there are a lot of airport expansions going on around the UK right now. There are a lot of communities in those areas who don't want to see their local airport expanded, but they were going through planning processes and they needed expertise to help them to engage in those processes, and they couldn't get that expertise from the typical private sector consultants that would support an airport through that type of process, partly because they're too expensive, but also because those consultants don't want to work for someone who opposes the industry. So they came to us, and I ended up acting as an expert witness in several of the recent planning inquiries around airport expansion. You might detect I'm now a little bitter because I've been cross-examined by airport lawyers, barristers several times, and it's an extremely unpleasant and confrontational experience. In my eyes, no responsible government would be growing air travel in 2024, but that's where we are. The conversation isn't about cutting air travel, it's about growth. In January and February next year, the Labour government will need to decide on the expansion of Luton and Gatwick airports, and it's quite likely that Heathrow Airport will again try to bring forward their new runway proposal relatively soon. That's what we're expecting. The last government implemented a strategy which suggests that essentially unrestricted growth will be allowed in the industry. As I say, that's not responsible. But let's just look briefly at why that is the case, and actually so far to date the new Labour government haven't really indicated that they're going to do anything to change that position in allowing growth. They've already approved the expansion of London City Airport. You can talk about the role of the industry in this and lobbying. I am going to mention it. The aviation industry are extremely powerful lobbyists. I just come from the Labour Party conference a few weeks ago. They are all over that conference, and there's the Heathrow Airport lounge there. They're running events, bringing ministers to events and all the like. So I think that has played a role over the years, but I do hope that this new government will be willing to take a sceptical eye to some of the claims that they are making. What are those claims? Well, those claims are principally that expanding air transport is essential for economic growth. And around, I'd say, 10, 15, maybe 20 years ago, there was a kind of academic consensus, I would say, that broadly was true, that it was quite important to expand your connectivity to be able to build those international trade relationships. And I think if you're talking today about sort of global south countries, you probably could still make that argument. But through these processes and these planning processes, I initially started out as an expert witness just talking about the economics of climate change. But after listening to the airports putting up their witnesses on the broader economic case for growth of air travel, I started to question some of the things I was hearing. So I'd like to give you 4 statistics, which if you remember anything from what I say, please remember these and share them as much as you can, because I don't think that they are widely known. If we take the period between about 2008 and 2019, which let's call the sort of last government's administration before COVID sort of messes up all the data. Let's look at what happened over that period. Passenger numbers in the UK air transport sector grew by 80 to 90 million overall. There was not a single additional business purposes passenger in that period. The peak for business purposes travel through the air system in the UK was in 2006 and 7. Despite 80 million more passengers, there were no additional business passengers. So growth does not come from the business market. That's the first one. By 2019, despite that increase in the number of passengers, there were also fewer jobs in air transport than there were at the start of the period. But perhaps even more importantly, there was also lower real wages in the sector. So the pay of the air transport sector was lower than it was in 2006 to 7. And finally, the size of the UK's domestic tourism industry was also smaller than it was at the start of the period. So what did we actually get back from all of that growth, that unfettered expansion of UK aviation? The answer is simply leisure travel, predominantly outbound, sending passengers out of the UK for their holidays, not from the majority, but from a small number of frequent flyers who are growing in number. We didn't get more business passengers, we didn't get more jobs, we didn't get higher wages, but what we did get is very significant dividends being accrued to airports and airlines shareholders. That is the sort of economy of this. Now, those statistics and that new reality, which is a considerable part of it, of course, is the shift into digital communication technologies over that period, which has obviously played a role there, is not widely known. And here's a challenge. I think one of the reasons it's not widely known is partly the fault of the academic community. Ooh, yes. Because, as I see it, and this is less from the climate economy side, it's actually more transport economists and those other parts of research basically decided the topic was done 10, 20 years ago, and it still holds up in many less developed countries than in the UK. But in the UK, if you add more connectivity, more and more and more and more, you get diminishing returns. And there comes a point when you're not actually gaining anything from adding more. Another 10 flights to Tenerife per day isn't adding anything to the UK economy. And we are approaching that point, but we haven't reviewed it and we haven't realised it. The second point, though, is a challenge to the sort of climate academic space. We're not talking yet enough about what you might call the dead weight of this growth. So if aviation cannibalizes vast amounts of our carbon budget, we now are in a world where there's a legal obligation, we have to hit net zero, and that damages other sectors. So our much cherished and prized steel industry, which we hear talked about all the time and is wrapped up in a debate about its climate impact, actually, it is in competition with aviation for the remaining carbon budget. And the expansion of aviation makes the demand or the cost of carbon higher and the need for other sectors to scale back greater. So first of all, we need to challenge, I think, the economics of that wider situation. The second point, of course, is just the general point about the sort of unwillingness of our politicians to tackle the idea that the working family must have the ability to travel overseas for their annual holiday. Clearly, actually, they're not the problem, those people. If it was just about those types of flights, we could have some of those flights and we'd probably be fine. It's about the super frequent flyers that's the problem. What do we say at the New Economics Foundation? That's why you need a frequent flyer levy. It can be done. We're going to be putting out new research on the precise legal and policy pathways to getting it done to specifically target your action at the ultra-frequent flyers. I'll probably reach my limit, so I'll stop there.
I'm learning all sorts of things, so that was fascinating. Now, if we come back to first of all, if you haven't yet put the Menti code in, there's the Menti code. Ask your questions on Menti. If you'd like to ask it with the microphone, make a note of that, put mic or something in your question, and we'll come round with the roving mic for you. Let's go back to our original question that we're asking in this session. Can flying be part of a sustainable future? And I think it depends a bit on what we mean by sustainable, but if we think about some of the things we've heard from our panel, there could be a very simple two-letter word answer to that question. But, there's always a but, isn't there? We've also heard about maybe some need, maybe not of the whole flying we have. So I asked right at the beginning, do we really need to fly and how much do we really need to fly? So my first question to the panel is, how important is flying for businesses and industry, any business or industry, including our own in higher education, and how important is flying for the global south from an industrialization and equity perspective? Who would like to go first? Matt, go on. How important is flying?
So important. Flight is clearly very important to the process of many professions. Professional life, as so many private lives, have been radically reshaped over a very short period by the affordance of cheap flight. It's really since the mid-90s. Obviously, people have been flying on commercial airlines for many more decades, but deregulation processes through the 1990s made flying incredibly cheap for what you get. And as a result, it became accessible, and all kinds of practices and processes and institutions became reshaped around that affordance. So in terms of current configurations, it's invaluable. And that's, so as I say, I led this task and finish group on decarbonisation in the university, and you see how embedded flying is to a profession. It's not a matter of individuals making choices, it's an institution and a sector embedding the requirement for flight into people's professional lives. And of course it brings benefits. It's not to say that flying isn't valuable. It enables intellectual exchange, it enables the developing of professional profiles, it enables the fundamental purposes of universities to develop and share knowledge. It enables too the international bodies of staff and international bodies of students to further promote universities' missions in terms of education. But at the same time, it has to change. So we can talk about the value of flying to the economy, to higher education. There's no economy, there's no education on a dead planet. We're heading towards a climate crisis that makes the maintenance of complex social structures that enable things like universities to be under threat. So we need to look at opportunities, easy opportunities to reduce carbon, and reducing flight, not eliminating it, but reducing it substantially, is still a relatively easy way of reducing carbon emissions. So it is important, but it's got to become less important. We've reshaped industry and society to make it important. We can surely reshape industry and society to make it much less important.
Amy, can I come to you next on this one, and then Alex?
I think what we're dealing with in a lot of sectors, and I suppose I'm reflecting quite specifically on academia in relation to this, is something that is not a necessity but has become culturally embedded. It's become a cultural norm, it's become an expectation, kind of part of the package of an academic career over time. And the timescales we're talking about there are probably relatively short for that to have become so culturally embedded. How long have academics been flying? I don't know, about probably 30 years on a frequent kind of basis, but very established. Oh, longer, maybe? I don't Okay. So I think we're talking about something that is presented as essential, but is actually desirable. Academic conferences are a great example here. There is an expectation that we will attend them. There is an expectation we will form networks, ideally international networks. Academic conferences, if they're run well and with the right intentions, can be incredibly vibrant, collaborative spaces. Sometimes they're just plain dodgy money-making exercises. And I think it's that kind of thing we absolutely need to cut out straight away, is this gratuitous industry that's developed around academic conferencing. So an example from my own experience was that during the pandemic, I wrote a large international grant application, which I was very, very proud of and ended up being funded. I did that without taking a single flight. It was a purely Zoom-based exercise. There was absolutely no need for me to travel to put that grant application together. A couple of years earlier, I might well have held a meeting in Brussels or somewhere like that to bring the various collaborators together, and perhaps wouldn't even have questioned that. It was absolutely fine, and it was successful. But the reason that I was able to do that online was because I'd already formed those networks at an academic conference. So I'm not suggesting that we can entirely do away with in-person networking opportunities. So I've got no solutions here, just more complexity to the problem, really. I think we are relational beings. We seek connection. And I think flying is another area where we act relationally and not rationally. So we have to factor this into whatever interventions we put in place in this area.
Alex.
Maybe I can offer some solutions. So there's a report out there by Chatham House which suggests that a responsible way to handle the aviation problem would be to cut passenger numbers by about 30% by 2030. The Climate Change Committee are actually more relaxed about it. They just say, stop growing the sector, please. So that means that, with that, our baseline is about 300 million air passenger movements in 2019. Even if we cut it by 30%, we still have 210 million. Hopefully I've got my maths right. Within that 210 million air passenger movements, there's plenty of room for business to continue flying. Obviously, we hope that they will do it less and less, and they are. But we should be putting the right signals in place to make sure that they do, and that does mean probably we should be charging more for flying so that the cost reflects the true societal value. We need to encourage people to make the trade-off and think, yes, is this really worth it? But the interesting, it should be done. I think business passengers are only about 8-9% of all passengers in the UK right now. But for me, the concern is the person who's taking their 8th flight of the year to their chalet in Switzerland. The tricky thing about the solutions in aviation is that the sort of, a lot of purists would say just stick a carbon tax on it, easy, job done. But the problem is the sort of social value of flying is not directly, or social cost of flying is not directly aligned necessarily with the carbon cost. So for example, what are the two destinations, the biggest destinations of frequent flyers in the UK right now? This is unpublished research, by the way, it's coming out soon, so please don't blow it. One is Ireland, Dublin and Belfast, and the other is Amsterdam. They are hugely different. Why? Because it's actually quite difficult to get to Ireland. It takes quite a bit of time to go there on a boat, and the changes are terrible getting to the ports and everything. But you can get a direct train to Amsterdam from London, and most of these people are going from London. So they might have a similar carbon cost if you just put a tax on it that's a flat carbon tax on it, but the social cost and the sort of the rationale, clearly, intuitively, it doesn't make sense to be charging them the same way. Equally, long-haul flights are vastly more damaging for the climate, but some of them can't be done by train realistically on a regular basis. But also some of them might be migrant workers who work in the UK. For example, are many Filipino nurses in the NHS who might want to go home and see their family. So I think we do need to have a sort of tax framework around aviation that looks a lot more at those sort of social imperatives. Hence why I think we can get a lot more targeted, not just with taxes on ultra-frequent flyers, but also talking about taxes on routes that can be done by train. And other sort of trade-offs in the system. I've got a crazy idea. For example, we have rail cards for buses, we have rail cards for trains. We don't have rail cards for flying. What do rail cards do? They make things cheaper for people with disability, for people who are elderly, for students, and it's a way of socially optimizing the fares that you pay, given that the sort of the market price. It's not actually just a market good; it's a social good, and so flying probably needs to be sort of transitioned into that type of space.
Interesting. Now, I was going to ask you about how we can achieve economic growth without growth in air travel, but the stats you came out with earlier basically says, well, we haven't increased business travel, and if we link economic growth to business travel, for example, then clearly we've grown since the early 2000s. So Amy mentioned earlier perceived benefits. I think there is a perception that airline growth is important for economic growth, which is perhaps not the case. So how do we communicate that message, and how do we ensure that economic growth can happen in a world where airline travel potentially decreases and doesn't increase? Alex, you're first.
Yeah, big question. I think fundamentally, momentum builds into the system, into the political system, academic, the consultancy world, let's not forget that. They are really influential here, doing studies for the Department for Transport in government and things like that. And as I say, they built up a sort of general understanding of the world many years ago, and challenging that just takes time. The New Economics Foundation basically exists to do that. So we need to get these messages out there, but of course the challenging thing is that we don't have that much time. We really need to get on with these decisions. So, we will be I think from all corners across society, we do have to put pressure on government. Louise Haigh, I think, the new transport minister, I think is well-intentioned. I genuinely believe that. But also is dealing with a huge number of other challenging problems, nationalising the railways, sorting out the buses, the whole lot. And I think maybe we'd just rather not have to deal with this. So it's only going to happen if there's a big enough push from academia, civil society, the public, local communities living around airports to saying, no, you need to deal with this and you need to rethink it. We could talk a lot more about the political economy of all this, but that's my summary, I think.
Right, Stuart, this question's coming to you first. So this is one from the audience. Flying a short distance can be cheaper than taking the train, which is ridiculous. I do agree with you, by the way, and you've just hinted to some of this, Alex. How important is it to make alternative transport more accessible, and I think by extension, cheaper? Go on.
It's incredibly important, yes. Yes, whoever in the audience said that is absolutely right. It's ridiculous, the difference in the cost. And I recently came back from a conference by rail and ferry, and it cost about 4 times as much to come back. And I then had to argue with the university in order to get my expenses paid for that journey, rather than when they said, why did you not just fly? It's a popular holiday destination. There are loads of cheap flights. There's definitely battles to be had around that. To answer the question, it's incredibly important that is addressed. I think it will partly be addressed by a supply and demand issue as people start to shift. I think, as Alex says, talking about addressing the cost of that. I think, I'm an engineer, not an economist. I would just say make the short flights more expensive and then use that money to make the trains cheaper, which I'm sure isn't that simple. But I think, it's incredibly important that that's addressed, and I think there's also an awareness issue. So finding out how to get a flight to a location is really easy. Finding out how to get a combination of trains and ferries and things involves kind of quite complicated, nerdy websites and lots of kind of research and looking into it and things like that. And there's another barrier there. There's a kind of perceived time barrier or an effort barrier or things like that. The flight is the convenient, easy way that we all know how to do. So I think the cost is definitely a barrier and is an issue. It shouldn't be in academia and in the industry. And I think also the kind of addressing that convenience and the perceived challenge to arranging it is another thing as well.
So for the entrepreneurs in the room, there's an idea for you. Not just the Man in Seat 57 website, but how do we connect that with boats and everything else as well? Matt, do you want to come in on that one? It was about short-haul flights being cheaper than all the alternatives.
Yeah, so flight is effectively subsidised by the lack of taxes that you'd expect to be imposed upon it, simply because of its environmental and social costs compared to other modes of travel. So attending to that, essentially the social costs of flying should be part of the price, so it should be more expensive. I love the idea of a rail card so that we can moderate that for people who need access. Meanwhile, certainly travel by surface means should be cheaper. It should also be more reliable. It's got harder to recommend people take trains rather than fly because of experience of the unreliability of trains. So it's a clear policy priority. France has pretty much banned internal flights. And it would be great if surface travel was in a state and at a price that could make it possible to do that in the UK equitably.
Amy, I'm going to come to you in a second, but first, if you're a member of this university, put your hand up if you knew that we had a sustainable travel policy.
It's better than I would expect.
Really? I find it a bit... So Matt was involved in writing the sustainable travel policy. It came out of our last sustainability strategy, but one of the recommendations in it is obviously that we shouldn't have domestic flights because you can get pretty much everywhere in the UK on a train or some other form of transport. Amy, did you want to come in on this one as well?
Yeah, I had a couple of thoughts. All eyes on France, by the way. They're doing some really interesting things in terms of energy sufficiency-based policies and also banning internal flights, which I think was a Green Party manifesto proposal in the last election here that was largely ignored. So let's see how it unfolds with our near neighbours. But in relation to the rail versus flying, debate. Here's something we can fix straight away. Sheffield Hallam uses Key Travel to organise travel for academics. Do you use Key Travel here too?
No.
Sorry, just dissing Key Travel. I'm sure they're no different to any of the other limited number of providers in the field. On the homepage, there's a massive button with a plane on it, and there's a massive button with a train on it. There is no button for multimodal journeys, and there is no button for international rail travel. It blows the system up if you propose a multimodal journey or you try and get Eurostar prices. So you have to go to the man in seat 60, whatever it is, and then you have to feed the information to Key Travel stage by stage. I'm sure we could fix that fairly quickly. I did a journey to Slovenia on the train. It cost 300 and something pounds for the first stage of the journey to get to Aachen, Germany, and then it was 57 quid for the entire rest of the journey. So we've got a pricing problem as well, and the high prices usually come when you're just trying to get out of the UK or get from one end of the UK to the other. So there are solutions we can look to. Obviously, Europe's managing a much more cost-effective rail travel network than we are. But there's a more fundamental problem, I think, underneath these choices, which is that we're always trying to do the most time-efficient thing. Our lives are getting too busy. They are too busy. We're getting all these messaging from our employers that we need to be doing more. There needs to be more facets to our role. We need to be working harder. We need to be working longer hours. We're also getting all this messaging from the leisure industry. You need more experiences. There are so many must-have experiences out there that you're missing out on. Your neighbours are going to this really fashionable new holiday destination. You're not. You're missing out. You're losing out in terms of cultural capital and memory making. Your child is not doing enough extracurricular stuff. You're going to have to take the flight so you can get them back so they can go to jiu-jitsu and also get in their piano practice. Our lives are completely overloaded. This is all underpinned, here comes the anti-capitalist argument again that was started earlier, by the obsession with perpetual economic growth, which is producing wealth that is completely unevenly distributed. We are not going to achieve better, more enjoyable lives through further economic growth. So, thank you. Sorry to take it so big.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, we could talk about anti-capitalism all day. Alex, I'm going to add a bit to the question before you get to answer it. So someone else has commented about, I might choose not to fly away on holiday, but that flight is still going to go even if I don't get on it. So is the problem too much availability? Is it a timetabling thing?
I mean, it's a bit of everything. I mean, obviously, the climate crisis isn't going to be solved through sort of just individual actions, but individual actions are important, and there definitely is an incremental impact of many people saying, actually, I'm going to move away from flying. So I think it's best to assume and work from the standpoint that your personal decision is beneficial, even if it's not going to revolutionise the entire system. There is a tendency and a frame to sort of accept the argument that the reason this all has to happen is just because it's an inevitability that the people of Britain must go on holiday to South Spain or whatever every year. I would encourage everyone to sort of accept that there is a role there. People are looking for better weather. They like going overseas, yes. But 30% of outbound UK residents from the UK, when asked why they were doing that instead of staying in the domestic tourism industry, 30% mentioned cost. So it's not just, cost is a big factor. People are going just because it's cheaper and may well consider domestic options if it wasn't for that. Actually, 30% happens, coincidentally, to align with what I just mentioned about being a responsible reduction in air travel. Also, on that, random segue, Nigel Farage's constituency is Clacton-on-Sea. Clacton currently, depending on which metric you look at, has the lowest average pay of any constituency in the UK, or maybe bottom 5, depends which data you're looking at, but it is very, very low. Did you know Clacton used to have millions of domestic tourist visitors going there every year, sort of 30, 40 years ago? Now, maybe it's not possible to go completely back to the heyday, to take all these places back to, the domestic glory days. But these places haven't been invested in for decades. Many of those coastal constituencies, all across Scarborough, Blackpool, all these places are among the most impoverished and have just elected Labour MPs by a bizarre trick of, because Reform split the vote in most cases. They've got a very low vote share. But let's not be here in 5 years or 10 years' time scratching our heads as to why those economies are still struggling when we've just expanded Heathrow, Gatwick, Luton airports. Like those places can be wonderful places to visit. And believe it or not, they do actually get some sunshine. So I think, yes, people want to travel and should be able to and can travel within the remaining budget. But let's not accept the frame that these things are all impossible and out of reach because it's just a sort of inevitability of behaviours. Cost matters, and yes, it's a massive priority for the new Transport Minister to sort out the railways.
Right, I'm going to join 3 questions together here, so get ready, panel. If the 1% of global population who do most of the flying are motivated by enjoyment, how do we persuade them to enjoy reducing flights instead? Is social media and Instagram and feeling like a celebrity because of it one of the problems? And should we be incentivizing UK tourism? Who wants to go first? Stuart?
I think some of the proposed efficiency measures might help take the enjoyment out of flying, like double-decker airlines where you've got somebody else sat there in front of you. That might slightly take some of the enjoyment out of the experience. I don't know if it's about taking the enjoyment out of that or sort of extolling the virtues of other methods of travel and explaining that. And I think, yeah, kind of traveling, making the travel part of the journey and traveling for longer, less often. So making a trip, what would have been 3 one-week trips into 1 3-week trip with making the travel part of it, stop-offs on the way, and all those kind of practical things. I think, maybe a starting point.
Amy?
I think, you're going to be hard pushed to take the joy out of flying for that 1%, although, I don't know, quite a lot of their trips are possibly under the guise of business travel, so it becomes a bit more complex in relation to the joy argument. But there is certainly, I can confirm from personal experience, joy in other modes of travel, much greater joy, greater visual delight and experiential pleasure in travelling by train. And trains are an awful lot better, aren't they, when you get out of this country and more comfortable. So perhaps it's about incentivising groups like that to just try something different. I know that in Germany at the moment there's an initiative where I think all rail travel is free or something like that. I haven't looked at the detail of it yet for a fixed period of time, encouraging people to just experiment with a different way of doing it. I guess that's a risky strategy because you're hoping that they fall in love with a different way of doing it. But if cost is no object, you could travel very, very, very comfortably around Europe by train if you just gave it a go.
Do either of you want to come in on this, or should we keep going?
Mine are really quick.
Go on then, quick.
Very quick. Internet on trains. Why doesn't it work? It's just like total madness. Did you know, central London, inside the underground, you do actually get good internet now. Just recently, they've massively upgraded it. It can actually be done. Just sort it out. Second thing, like longer trains. I commute from Milton Keynes to London, so it really, really winds me up when we're all stood in there like sardines on an 8-carriage train when there's space for 12, and they do exist at 12. Just these, and the reason we don't have those things, of course, is privatisation and the idea that the transport system sort of has to pay its own way. It should be profitable enough to cover its own costs. That's not how it works. The government subsidises it, and that's fine because it serves a wider societal benefit. We can make the experience much, much better.
Thanks. So getting people who fly a lot to enjoy flying less is going to be a challenge, not least because the people who fly most are also the ones who get the first-class suites or have a private jet or go business class and don't have to suffer all the cattle management that most of us have to suffer. So I think one of the simplest ways to reduce that flight would be to ban private jets. But anyway, apart from that, I think, all you can envisage is a long, slow cultural shift, which we don't have time for, but a long, slow cultural shift that valorizes slowing down, as we've heard. And I think many of us who've sought a train alternative for a long European journey, it's really pleasant compared to the stress of air travel. Yes, the journey takes longer, but the time is much more coherent, and you can get work done, which is much harder to do on a short flight journey. So it's trying to valorize, to give kind of social capital to slow modes of travel, to people having adventures, changing their scale of resolution for what counts as an adventure to something more local. Many of us don't know many of the wonders that are relatively easily accessible to us. So yes, social media currently is part of the motor of travel. You just have to go to Instagram-ready locations around Europe to see the waves of people that now travel to get to the right spot for the shot. Can we have a cultural shift where the aspirational lifestyles are the ones that are just slower, that are resisting the imperative to speed up that Amy was talking about? Maybe. But I don't think that's going to get us out of the climate fix fast enough, even if we can do it.
I like that idea of social capital for slower modes of travel. And interestingly, when finance were querying Stuart taking a train for a day instead of taking a cheaper, more polluting flight, one of the comments they came back with was not just the cost, but, well, didn't it lose a day of work? And that was their concern. And I was like, well, judging by the paper that he's writing, no, I don't think so. I think he got quite a lot of work done on that train. So clearly the internet was a lot better on the train going through France. So yeah, good idea. Right, next question. The Committee on Climate Change has recommended that there should be no more airport expansion. We've touched on this without a UK-wide capacity management framework. What could that mean for regional airports like Doncaster, which local leaders are hoping to reopen? Alex, do you want to go first?
Yes, definitely we shouldn't be expanding airports. The government needs to design a new aviation policy framework that deals with that. But I'm concerned because they're probably not going to do that before they make a decision on at least Gatwick and Luton, hopefully before Heathrow. And they are just going to need to make the bold and responsible choice. Regional airport expansion, tricky. So for our report last year, I did a big literature review of what the academics are saying across Europe about airport expansion. There's a lot of interesting stuff in there. It is far from a clear, cut and dry case. But one thing that they're pretty clear on is that small regional airports, especially in already well-connected nations, do not make economic sense. They are a massive drain on the public finances and deliver very little other than moving a few local residents faster off on their holidays. It is not helpful for South Yorkshire or, lots of other, this is not just here, it's all over the UK right now. It's not helpful to move your people out of your area faster than they were before. Now, I mean, maybe from the individual point of view, but actually, as we've heard, these decisions are just being incentivized by an artificially cheap system. So it's a sort of economic thing as opposed to sort of, they desperately need to get to Tenerife faster. A lot of the stuff we talked already about the business benefits are overblown. Lots of talk about connecting these small regional airports in with the sort of sustainable, so-called fuel solutions, which are not solutions. I think it's unlikely that those economies are going to really scale up, and there's a question about whether it's even a good idea that they do. That's an inconvenient truth which clashes with this kind of, it's not like it's like regional pride. That's what really wraps up into these small airport decisions. It's this kind of sort of, whatever the word for nationalistic, but at a regional level is. And that is quite hard to deal with. Yes, there are jobs on the line. Those jobs are often dramatically overstated. So far in all of the planning processes I've been involved with, I've looked back at the previous forecasts of job creation that the consultants made for the airport, and they've all missed, sometimes by thousands of jobs. So they're vastly overstating the number of jobs that are involved. But yes, there are some. But the point I think it ultimately comes down to is it just a lack of creativity about the other ways of fostering a truly sustainable local economy? There's all sorts of things we could do, but they're just maybe not quite as easy and quick as just saying, let's just reopen the airport or expand the airport. That's just going to take political convictions and confidence, ultimately, and external pressure.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one. If we accept that it will take technically longer to defossilise flying than other systems, should this be mitigated by more rapid defossilization in other sectors? Stuart?
So, I mean, aviation is defossilising definitely much slower, and all its projections compared to all other modes of transport are, you know, a lot of the others kind of level off and then start to drop off well before aviation even really starts to drop off. So what was the question? Should that be a reason to incentivise?
Well, should we
others?
mitigate it by defossilising other things first? I guess the subtext is, should we just let people keep flying because it's hard to do and then deal with some other bits first because they're easier? That's paraphrased it. I'm not sure if that's what the person meant, but that's the question now.
No, we should keep defossilising all of them. We should reduce flying as much as we can and as urgently as we can to the level where some of the measures that have been proposed can start to have an impact, because they won't have an impact if we keep the passenger numbers and the journey numbers as high as they are at the moment. So we need to reduce it as quickly as we can to a level where the mitigation that's proposed then starts to have a bit of an impact. But no, I don't think we should.
It comes back to our reduce first before
It's a
changing anything.
It's a waste hierarchy.
It's the
just
waste
applied to-
hierarchy of flying. Reduce first,
Yeah.
then defossilise. We've got a question here which I think is worth touching on. What are synthetic aviation fuels? I'm really glad you put synthetic aviation fuel, not sustainable aviation fuel, which is what the S actually stands for, but it's not sustainable. It might be slightly more sustainable than current aviation fuel, but that sounds less cool. So what are synthetic aviation fuels made of, and how are they better than fossil fuels? And there's another one connected. Do we think increasing taxes on flights to fund the transition to synthetic aviation fuel has benefits despite potentially causing more class segregation? Stuart, do you want to tell us what synthetic fuels are, and then maybe Alex, we can come to you, then Matt, then Amy.
So they're fuels that can be burned largely in the same way that we burn fossil fuels at the moment, but they're not made from fossil resources. They're made from biogenic resources, or in theory from waste, or from various other things, through various complex and relatively difficult and therefore carbon-consuming kind of methods of conversion. But yeah, then they're made into a fuel that can essentially be a drop-in fuel into a jet engine.
Alex.
So, you know the whole farmer protest thing that we had like a couple of years ago, well, kind of still going on, but all across Europe, all the farmers were driving their tractors onto the roads and creating a big stink. And there was a big debate about whether it was sort of legitimate, and there was a bit of manipulation going on around the reasons, but there were some legitimate concerns wrapped in with it, and the sort of anti-net zero backlash that it was connected to. One thing that jumped out to me was there was a cohort of farmers who rocked up to Cork Airport in Ireland with a sign on the front of the tractor saying "food, not flights," because there was a proposal to expand Cork Airport, and the farming industry has been told, you need to cut your emissions, you need to make all these changes, you've got to stop using all these intensive fertilizers, blah, 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 all the stuff that's been in your family for decades, you're doing it wrong, you're the problem, you need to change what you're doing. That was the sort of message as they heard it, which is not entirely true, but there is a degree of truth in it. But what they were right about is it is incredibly hypocritical and stupid and unfair to do that while continuing to expand aviation, because aviation is predominantly used by a tiny minority of wealthy people and is not generally, or at least the vast majority, is not an essential good the way that food is. They had a point about that. Now that awareness is starting to rise, but it hasn't really kicked in the UK. But I think it will get there, and it's going to come out where we start, obviously, the stupid debate about, solar panels are eating up space on fields and affecting food productivity. It's tiny, microscopic. But if we do move down the route of using vast amounts of land for biofuels, that will use a serious amount of land. And people will start recognizing these conflicts, and actually, probably too late, might suddenly realize that they're quite unhappy with the way that the decision makers and power holders have prioritized the way we decarbonize.
Amy, did you want to come in on this one?
I don't have a lot to add to what's already been said. I think that synthetic aviation fuel is a bit like hydrogen through the gas grid and the clothes recycling boxes in high street stores. It's just another way of reassuring you that you can carry on doing everything you've always done and everything will be fine. And of course it won't. We do need to embrace quite deep changes to the way we live our lives, but I don't think that's necessarily going to make our lives worse. I think we might be able to embrace a slower, more meaningful, more fulfilling approach to life if we just accept that things do need to shift.
Matt.
Thanks. I'm glad we got onto this because so much hope is invested in technology. And the most obvious near-term hope is with synthetic aviation fuels. It's not surprising it gets called sustainable aviation fuel. I've researched various areas of sustainable consumption, and always a sustainable option means it's slightly less bad than buying what is currently normal, not that it's sustainable. The sustainable option is generally just not to buy something. In terms of technological efficiency, we've heard sort of concern, first of all, that it's not going to move fast enough. The EU target is for 100% SAF by 2068, a bit after 2050. As we've heard, there's significant disbenefits. The land use is the key one. So removing land from food productivity to grow biofuels, or changing land use, which will itself probably result in net carbon emissions through the changes of land use. So there's various disbenefits. However, it could still be net better. It could mean there's less carbon emissions from somebody taking a flight. Surely that's a good thing. And, yes, per flight it is. But first, it's reducing carbon emissions, and remember, the net effect on climate is 2 to 3 times bigger than just the carbon emissions through the non-CO2 effects. And I'm not an expert, but I assume that it's a drop-in fuel. SAFs similarly have the same non-CO2 effects. Secondly, efficiency of technology never delivers the benefits that you'd simply calculate. Jevons in the 19th century identified that the increasing efficiency of provision of a service leads to an increase in the demand for that service. That translates into concerns about sustainability, legitimating people continuing flying and enabling an increase in already increasing demand for flight, because the fact that we've got sustainable air fuel as a small percentage of this flight means it must be sustainable. And thirdly, as I think Amy alluded to, is the sense of that technological hope slows down the necessary social changes that we have to have. So the most optimistic views of technological change mean that we can get flight more sustainable, but it cannot become carbon neutral without radical changes in demand. And we didn't attend to Rachel's question on the importance for Global South people to have access to traveling. Clearly, flight brings benefits. They should be more equitably shared. That means even more reduction in the flight of the people who currently fly a lot.
We've had a couple of questions about university and student travel. I'm going to come to you for this one, Matt, then we're going to do a last question, and then it'll be time for lunch. So one person has asked, do we include students who fly here to study here in our carbon calculations for the university? Yes, we do, is the answer to that. I can answer that one for you. However, it's not quite as simple as that, in that if you have a student flying from Asia to study here, we're responsible for the flight for them getting here because we require them to be on campus. But what happens if they choose to go home for the Christmas holidays? Are we responsible for that flight because they've flown back? Or are they responsible for that flight? So yes, we do include it, but there is some discussion within higher education as a whole as to which flights and how many we are responsible for. And it's not just Sheffield grappling with that, all of the higher education institutes in the UK are. So there's a question here that if we want to reach net zero as a university in all our activities, how do we square that with having international students who need to fly? And the person says in brackets, and to be clear, I welcome our international students. Matt.
Thanks, cool. That's a hard one. So yeah, the inclusion of student flights has been a very sort of live issue. When I was chairing the Task and Finish group, I was taken aside to be told to not think about that because it is so important. It's important financially at the university, but it's also important in terms of its educational mission. We want to have an international body of students. So it is absolutely a challenge to think about how we square that. As in terms of proportionally, from the figures that we could assemble for sort of 2018-19, overall staff travel was around 12,000 tons of carbon, mostly flight, and international students were a bit more than double that if we assume they only take one flight to get here and one flight home each year. So it is significant. It ends up being a significant proportion of the university's Scope 3 emissions. How we deal with that is really difficult. You know, I keep banging on about the need to reduce flight, and we do have to face that. But we don't want to diminish the kind of social good that comes from the sharing of knowledge that comes from international students. In a way, it would probably be helpful if universities did take into account interim flights, and then we can encourage students to fly less while they're here.
Thanks. And there's also been a couple of comments about how can we help people who want to travel in a more sustainable way if it's more expensive. So for the academics in the room, cost it into your grants in the first place, that it will cost more to get there on a train, and justify it on the sustainability grounds that that's why you're doing it. And none of the research councils will object to that anymore, because they're all starting to think more and more about this. So one of the onuses is on us to make sure we cost it appropriately and not try and skimp on what could be a more sustainable travel. And yes, we probably need to look as well at how, for those that aren't travelling on research grants, how that could be supported in a way to make it more sustainable. Right, very final question, and this is quick fire. One sentence each. The genie is back. This time the genie's giving you 4 wishes so that we don't have to share one. So we're going to start from Stuart and come back this way down the panel. What would be your one wish that would happen, or that someone could put in place to help make or help move us towards more sustainable travel?
How realistic is wish?
Yeah, they asked this before. Wishes aren't realistic, they're wishes. I mean, if they can be realistic and we can just say, you know, can you just do this, that would be great, but they don't have to be realistic. Stuart?
Well publicised, reliable, and price comparable ground travel throughout Europe.
Nice. Good, succinct answer. Amy?
I'm going to be specific to academia, given the audience that we have today. Don't go to dodgy conferences. Strip those out straight away. If it costs more than about £300 in the registration fee, it's probably a bit dodgy.
Good answer.
Thank you. I mean, my mind is running wild with the unrealistic wish. So trying to be a bit more realistic, but still utopian. Surface travel to be cheap, reliable, and most important, socially desirable. To be a matter of distinction.
And Alex?
Next year, the Labour government is going to announce a ultra-frequent flyer surcharge, which will charge only starting off with people who take, say, 6 or more return flights per year. On their tax return at the end of the year, they're going to need to pay a few hundred extra pounds as the first step in moving towards a fairer tax system for aviation.
Nice, some interesting ideas there, and hopefully you will be able to continue these conversations over lunch. And thinking back to what I said right at the start of today, I imagine most people in this room have been on a flight or will go on a flight sometime soon. What's your but, and how can we change it? So lunch and posters are evenly distributed between the back of this room and the council room, which if you go out the doors, it's literally just over there. There's not enough space to fit everybody and all the food and all the posters just there. So if here looks full, go and try the other one because it's probably got more space. Do move between them. Grantham scholars are in blue t-shirts, so if there are any prospective PhD students who want to talk to them or ask questions, or anyone else who wants to ask them, go and find a Grantham scholar in a blue t-shirt and they will happily tell you about all the fun things that they're doing and learning about. And we will be back here for 1 o'clock to start the afternoon session. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, and thank you to the panel. I forgot the most important thing. I thought lunch was too important.
This is an in conversation, so we've changed the setting. We did look to have sofas like you might have for an in conversation, but they were so expensive to hire that we went with these reusable chairs. So my name is Tony Ryan, and I'm the other co-director of the Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures. I've got two guests up here with me, and we're going to have a conversation that I will invite you to take part in after a while. But before we start, I just want to say that everyone in the Grantham Centre was deeply saddened to hear the news about the tragic passing of Graham Turnbull, who was the founder of Clean Air Sheffield. And there are many of you here who will have had his devices for monitoring their air quality. He was an inspiring campaigner and a fantastic person, and we were really, really proud and grateful to have him speak at our Festival of Debate event this year. He'll be sorely missed. So, now to our guests. So it took our first guest, Rosamund Adu-Kissi-Debrah, years of campaigning for the role of air pollution to be officially recognised as a cause of death. Ella Roberta, her daughter, was born happy and healthy, but by the age of 7, she'd been diagnosed with asthma. At the age of 9, she had a fatal asthma attack. And because of Rosamund's campaigning work, she's the first person in the world to have air pollution listed as a cause of death on her death certificate. Just as background, it's estimated that air pollution kills 40,000 people in the UK every year. It reduces children's lung growth and function, affecting their health throughout their lives, and causes respiratory diseases such as asthma. And in adults, it's linked to strokes, heart disease, diabetes, as well as many other neurodegenerative conditions. So, second guest, little more well-known to me. Rosamund and I have met once. Tom and I have met many times. Because Tom's a Sheffield grad, politics 2008. He initially worked as a parliamentary researcher and then returned to the university in 2015 to be a researcher and then deputy director of the Sheffield Political Economy Research Institute. Tom's research interests as an academic focus on understanding contemporary working conditions and how they change trade unions, industrial relations, and labour rights. He was first elected a councillor in Sheffield in 2022 and left the university to be the full-time Sheffield City Council leader in May 2023. So welcome both. Little story about how we first met. So I think I first met Tom in this room at a Grantham Centre Symposium when he was a Sperry researcher. And Rosamund and I shared a platform at an event about air pollution in London. And she didn't recognise me when I turned up because those of you who were here last year will remember that for reasons of a fancy dress party, I had bleached blonde hair. But as soon as I explained away the bleached blonde hair, we remembered that we'd shared a platform. So that's cool. So in order to kind of get the conversation going, I'm going to go sit down and join them. But I'm just going to, as a reminder, I'm going to put this map up. So this is a map of air pollution in London. And it's really instructive. You can see it's concentrated at the centre. And you can see the arterial roads, but also the radial roads. You can see the North and South Circular. You can see the M25. And guess what? On that side, as you look at it, those black blobs towards the outside, Heathrow Airport, and at 6 o'clock, Gatwick Airport. And the reason Rosamund and I formed such a strong bond was that sustainability manager of Heathrow Airport gave some fantastic story about how Heathrow Airport was heading towards net zero. And I harumphed a couple of times. We'd heard previously from the Mayoral Authority of London how ULEZ had a profound effect on the levels of air pollution in London. So I asked the sustainability director of Heathrow Airport, so in this circumstance, can you tell me what Heathrow Airport's doing to encourage people to fly less? And the room was as deathly quiet as you are now, because someone had recognised the elephant. Consequently, when we invited the same person to be on our panel this morning, I didn't get a response. So I chased and I didn't get a response, and then eventually there was some reason why it couldn't be done, and I was put towards another airport, and no one from that airport wanted to come. So then I contacted an airline manufacturer, and no one from an airline manufacturer wanted to come. So I am going to be a lot gentler in conversation with our two guests here. And Tom, just to kick us off, just give us a little bit of your story of how you got here and why air quality is so important to you, and then Rosamund will do likewise.
Thank you very much for the invitation to join you all, and it's nice to be back here. I think the first time we met was here, as you say, and I was told that there's a scientist at the Grantham Centre who wants to put plants on walls to suck air pollution out of our air, and this was at least 10 years ago, I think. So, you know, you've been making the case for improving our air quality in the city for some time now. Look, let me just say a few words for opening remarks. Most people, I think, when they think of clean air in the city, will think about the clean air zone. So in 2023, the city introduced a chargeable clean air zone. That's now been in operation since the end of February 2023, so around 18 months. And we've already started to see some significant benefits from that. We did a survey of vehicles in the clean air zone in November 2022, around 5 months before the clean air zone came in, and about 39% of vehicles in that area were not compliant with the standards of the clean air zone. We then did another survey after 7 months of operation of the clean air zone, and only 13% of vehicles were non-compliant. So we'd seen the clean air zone start to change people's behaviors, upgrading vehicles, or upgrading vehicles to be cleaner. Crucially, though, we've seen then in the same period, in 2023, a drop in nitrogen dioxide in the clean air zone area of 16%. There was actually a drop across the whole city of 21%, and that is, if you think about Sheffield, a bit like the London map that we saw behind, what we've seen from our clean air zone is a sort of dispersal effect across the whole city as people are upgrading their vehicles to access the central part of our city. That's having wider benefits throughout the rest of the city. In 2022, there were 22 locations across the city that were not compliant with air quality air quality rules. In 2023, that had dropped to 5. Now, these are positive signs of trends going in the right direction, but we are absolutely not complacent on this, because compliance is at 40 micrograms of nitrogen dioxide per cubic meter. I may have done a little homework just to refresh that, because I knew Tony would pull me up if I didn't. But we need to drive that down lower. And I think an analogy I often would draw is that of public attitudes towards smoking. In 2007, when the indoor smoking ban came in, around 20% of adults at that time in the UK smoked, and that dropped from 40-50% a generation before. If we'd have sort of said, well, that's, we've introduced that measure, that'll do, then it would have stayed at 20 and probably would have started to tip back upwards. There has to be continued effort to then drive that down, and actually a safe limit of nitrogen dioxide, as colleagues in this room know far better than I, is well below the World Health Organization's legal limit. So we've got more to do, and I'm happy to talk about what we are doing further, but perhaps I'll leave it there as a way of just introducing what the situation is right now in Sheffield.
Over to you.
Where you want me to start?
Tell us your story.
Oh, yeah.
Most people here will have seen the headline,
Oh,
but won't know quite how much water you had to push uphill to get there.
I don't think it is completely over yet either, is it? Oh, so let's
Yeah.
start. Yeah. As you said, my name is Rosamond. I'm seen as a clean air advocate or campaigner, whichever way you want to put it. And my ambition probably was to end up in a university. My background is a qualified teacher, so I am here completely by accident due to circumstances. Some of you may know, or some of you might know, so I'm going to talk as if people don't know the story, and that might make it easier. First rule of teaching is to always try and assess, what your students already know. So Ella Roberta, my daughter, became ill in 2010, actually. And one of the biggest myths that I still fight against is, I actually do like it when people say, yeah, she had asthma when she was born. They are just not telling us. It's just amazing how you can go to court in front of a public eye for 2 weeks, and yet people still think, there is a sense of kind of mistrust. But you can hear from me, Ella was incredibly healthy, and her asthma came much later on. And actually, it is worth saying, when she originally got asthma, we actually didn't know, because it was that severe. I think when I talked to Stephen Holgate, who was the expert witness in my daughter's case, we actually both admit now that there are things about her condition that are never going to make sense, i.e. how she managed to live as long as she did. That's unexplainable. And also how she managed to have a relatively normal life. I think it's worth pointing out to people that Ella had one of the worst cases of asthma in this country. And I always say that, especially when I go to schools, or, you don't want to frighten children, because I think 3 out of 4 children in every class has asthma, and it's that common. And to cut a long story short, we knew she had asthma, but we didn't know what was the cause of her asthma. And monitoring is so important, because if people around where I live didn't do any monitoring, I might not be sitting here now, but it's due to the monitoring. And that's how London used to look. I think you can see that's 2019. It does look remarkably better than that now. But Ella isn't the only child, I always say. There's over 1 million children in this country who have asthma. It's the most common reason why children don't go to school in this country. COVID overtook it for a short period, but it's back now. Children with respiratory diseases. And it must be incredibly frightening living with someone who had severe asthma, and the impact it does have on all the family. And the conversation has moved on somewhat. Tom and I have quickly got reacquainted. I didn't know him, but I had to find out where his politics lie, and I had to. I work, and people are laughing. I don't have a party in particular that I support. The actual reason is I actually believe it is better to be out of politics and lobby every single person, because I did a bit of homework when I was coming here also. Interesting, I actually read different facts from you, but the facts I'm going to talk about, you probably know, about 1/5 of people in Sheffield have a long-term condition. And I was so surprised to read about high blood pressure, diabetes, and depression is what most people around here suffer. I was very surprised to actually, and the facts you gave about the compliancy, people like me will beg to differ on that. So what I say is there is only 3% of this country that actually meets the WHO targets. The 40 micrograms which you read, that's an EU figure. We need to go down much, much, much lower than that. So that's why I thought, let me be nice to him, because it won't look too great if we are at opposing ends. But this is what London used to look like. And
I'll put it back up.
yeah, and Tom is quite right from the fact what he is trying to achieve. And I did read that figure of 16% and 21%. And the message that gives me is that people in Sheffield do want clean air. And if we are honest and we use the public health message and we tell them about the inequality going forward, because you mentioned smoking. Everyone always mentions smoking, but the thing people don't mention, including this current government, is air pollution. Not all of us smoke, but everyone breathes air. 12,000 kilograms of air every day. And what I want people to get from Ella's story, I mean, Google her, and there's so much out there you can read about her. It's something that can happen to any child, anywhere. It's not just her. Sometimes people, when people see me, they say, we're sorry for your loss, or this, as if we are the only family this impacts. I think in the 10 years since I started to campaign, a lot more is now known about air pollution. It really affects all the non-communal diseases, like heart attacks, depression, diabetes, strokes, suicide, low birth weight, and unfortunately, it affects the poorest most. And when I read about Sheffield, I was really saddened to hear that, Tom, depending on where you live, does depend on your life expectancy in Sheffield. I think, a few people are starting to nod now. I was quite taken aback by that. I mean, how can that be? Depending on where you live, does depend how long you are going to live. I don't know what you've got to say about that.
Well, I say that it's not acceptable, and we're seeking to do everything we can to change it. Last week, we published a fair and healthy plan for Sheffield, which is a plan to tackle the structural inequalities that shape people's lives from, frankly, before they're born, but shape them from the minute that they are born. And that is in the work that families do, the homes that they're living in, the racism, discrimination that members of our society in this city suffer from, that frankly inhibits their ability to live good and healthy lives. And so the plan that we've put forward, and I would encourage people to read a very good article in Now Then magazine around this fair and healthy plan, is really focused in on how do we, as a city, move the conversation from one of how do we help people when they get sick, to being really quite bold and upfront and saying we've got to shift the focus of our attention and therefore resource, and it's incumbent on us to do this as a system, upstream to prevent people from being not having healthy life expectancy in the way that, you're absolutely right. If you live in the southwest of the city, you can expect to have healthy life expectancy longer than maybe 10 years compared to people who in the northeast of the city.
I didn't want to say the 10 years, because I was quite shocked at that. I thought, you better not mention that.
The difference in life expectancy between the rich and the poor is not too different in London, but in London the difference is that it's not spatially segregated in the same way. So there's, like the north-south divide means that educational achievement in London is higher than, on average than it is in the north. Okay?
I was surprised to read that as well.
But it also, that plays out in Sheffield with an east-west divide. And it's really clearly laid out on a map on one of the posters at the back, because it's all about wealth and wealth driving consumption, and that consumption bringing those health gains in some cases, whereas the price of the consumption is borne by everybody, but the benefit of the consumption is concentrated in a few.
Very much so. I think what I'm learning more and more is those at the bottom, those who are most impacted, they aren't the ones who are creating all the air pollution. So we all know that in order to own a car, you need to be above a certain, obviously, income level. And I think talking about I think it's really interesting. I'm actually on this panel with you because I have sat on many panels with Sadiq Khan. And I hope leaders are encouraged, Labour leaders, hence I asked you what party you are. Sorry. There was a reason for that. I thought he thought I was a Labour, but I thought, no, I'm not. I'm hoping what we've done in London, other places can support as well. But I'm also very mindful at the backlash as well, and the likes of me who got a lot of racist abuse. Oh, by the way, that's part and parcel that goes with the job. And people, when I say that, they're quite shocked by that. I'm not really interested in people talk. It doesn't bother me as much. I'm not going to really make a big deal. But it's a case of, am I getting through to Joe blogs? I think people want to change, but they need support. And you're all part of one big party now who are in government, and I don't know how much you are going to demand from the Labour Party to support people up in Sheffield. I even went so far to look at your mayor here, and I kind of wondered what clout he has when it comes to Westminster. And, you know, like you say, London compared to Sheffield, a lot more investment needs to happen in this neck of the woods. Oh, by the way, I am not London-centric because my brother and sister, they're from Leeds. So I don't come here with romantic ideas, unlike most. But I am aware that a lot of the money is spent down in London. And what are the likes of you and your mayor going to do to get the government to spread that wealth here? Because to clean up the air, everyone, it does cost quite a lot of money. It is not cheap. And I'm not going to lie about it, i.e. there are people who want to change their cars. A lot of people can't afford it, and they need support and things like that. Or transport. I heard someone talking about Louise Haigh, and they've already started with the excuses already. She's got so much to do, etc. Look, there's nothing more important than one's health. When you lose it, as I have learnt, sometimes there is no going back. So it's a case of, let's be fair to this government. They haven't even been in 100 days yet. But I don't know when people's patience will run out. I have no idea. And the reason why I say that, I have met very briefly our health secretary. And he talks a good talk, but I don't know whether, if I'm lucky to get invited back in 4 or 5 years' time, will I be repeating the same, the same thing? People are kind of nodding already. What's the plan when it comes to air pollution? What is happening? How are outside of London? This can't be a one-man band. This can't be just about Sadiq Khan and, ULA's just in London. But how can places like this benefit from what has happened in London? And how do you avoid the backlash that he faced in London? Yes, you mentioned sustainable transport, cleaner transport. There needs to be an actual modal shift. So how are you going to get people out of their cars? Or how are you going to support the local economy with those vans, to cleaner vans? I generally want to know what is the plan. People don't like when you come from London and you say, oh, it's all fantastic down there, and blah, blah. It is not, by the way, and we have only just started. But I was just shocked at the inequality in Sheffield. Maybe I should have read up earlier. I was so stunned coming on the train. I was like, excuse me? So what are you going to do to convince people?
I'm really enjoying sitting and watching this, Tom.
Oh, sorry. But they said he's the leader of the council, so I was like...
No, it's great.
Let me just say a bit about sort of why I do what I do, which might answer some of this, and then I'll come on to some of the things that we're doing. So I'm the councillor for Walkley Ward, which, for anyone who hasn't been there, it's the other side of Weston Park, and it runs from University Roundabout, just 100 yards or so from here, all the way down to Rivlin Valley. and it contains some very poor parts and then some more affluent parts. And it's a slice of that healthy life expectancy gap across the city in one ward. Where I live in Upperthorpe, probably half a mile, I would say, from the university, that is a poor neighbourhood. And the reason in 2022 that I put myself forward for election was because during the pandemic, I had a job at the university here, and like Tony and probably most people in this room, I got told, stay at home, Tom, stay safe, don't come to work. You can't come to work. And people all around me, my next door neighbour's a nurse, delivery drivers, couriers, carers, were going out to work, and some of them were not coming home. And I could have just stayed getting, across online, working myself up and just thinking this is, not a good situation. So I decided to do something about it. I decided to, rather than just be frustrated about the inequality that I saw painfully around me, I decided to actually put myself forward to try to improve this city. And it comes back to that those stark inequalities that are stubborn and have been sticking with this city now for decades and will continue to sit with the city for decades if we don't do something about it. Now, that is the work of the entire system of people in this city, universities, NHS, council, but in a position of leadership, it is incumbent on us to convene all of the right organisations, marshal those resources to try to do everything we can to close those gaps. Let me say a few things then about what we are doing. I do take inspiration from London. You know, one of the things I read last year was Sadiq Khan's book, Breathe, which, you feature in it. And I take inspiration from the brave leadership that he showed to introduce ULEZ against some people in my party. There were, before me, there was bravery shown on politicians here to introduce a clean air zone when there are, frankly, other cities in the north which are breaching their limits but do not have a clean air zone, and that system is not fair. Yesterday, in fact, this is a well-timed conversation. Yesterday, we took a decision as leaders in South Yorkshire, along with our mayor, to begin a consultation to bring our buses back under public control. Our bus network has been in terminal decline for best part of 40 years since it was deregulated in the 1980s. We're seeking to bring it back under public control, which means that we, the public, would have control over routes, fares, and timetables. This isn't just about sort of drawing lines on a map or that because I'm particularly interested in new buses. Buses, for me, are about social justice. Because if you can't afford to have a car, or if you can't afford to get an Uber, then you are locked out of employment opportunities across this city or further afield. If you can't have a car or you can't get an Uber and you've got caring responsibilities on the other side of the city, then you are reliant on public transport. And when it is currently, frankly, rubbish, we have to do something about it. And so we are taking steps to improve it. It is not okay that some routes only have one bus an hour. We talk a lot about the need for London-style transport. London buses, TfL, was never deregulated. We need to get to a situation where we can actually work with our community to say, what are the routes that you need? Where do you need to get to, A to B, across the city? And then reinvest the returns from fares back into the system, putting the public back into public transport, rather than just having the status quo of a system that's been run for profit for the last 40 years. In March this year, we brought the tram back into public ownership, and we will now be able to integrate our bus and tram system for the first time in decades. They are legally, they have to be run as separate services right now due to competition laws. That is a mad situation. So we're wanting to stitch them back together again to make it easier to get around this city. And we're not just wanting to bring dirty, polluting vehicles back under public control. We are pushing for as many of these buses to be replaced so that we get zero-emission electric buses rather than just retrofitting the diesel buses that we've got at the minute, because that is a failed approach. It doesn't work. There is a research report that the DFT published last month or the month before, which said The pilot that they ran in Sheffield, where they retrofitted 400 buses to try to lower their emissions, it didn't work. We need to get rid of those buses, replace them with zero-emission electric buses, and that is what we are seeking to do. The last thing I'll say is we are just about to finalise our city's growth plan, because we have to get our economy growing.
Steady on, steady.
It is not okay that too many people in this city do not have enough money at the end of their week in their pocket to get by. Average wages in this country are lower now, weekly wages are lower on average than they were in 2008 before the financial crisis. We've had 16 years of wage stagnation, which means that people are not able to access the opportunities they need to further their ambitions, have the resource they want to be able to upgrade their vehicles if they want, buy a nicer house, do whatever they want with their money. We need to get serious as a city about growing our economy to give more opportunities to people to live the lives they want and to realise their full potential.
Can anyone in this room remember when it was 2 pence to get on a bus in Sheffield? Okay. So I came from Leeds. Leeds is my hometown. So I came from Leeds to an interview here to be an undergraduate. I chose to go elsewhere, I'm ashamed to say. And it was 2 pence on a bus. And I knew about it, but it was really difficult to comprehend. Just coming the 30 miles from Leeds, that it was 2 pence to go anywhere. Now, the reason I ask that isn't to prove how old I am, but it's to say to you, if we make public transport essentially free at the point of use, then there isn't income to reinvest. The public good has to be paid for somehow. Okay, so how, as a nation, do we invest in public good? And the public good in this case being public transport that's not using combustion as its energy source. Because the one thing we can't get away from is the whole reason we're talking about de-fossilisation today is essentially the phasing out of burning things as an energy source.
Well, what I can't do today is pledge that there's going to be 2p buses or that we're going to be able to make public transport free. We will do everything we can to make sure that fares are equitable for people across the city. But what we need to do first is reverse this spiral of decline into a virtuous circle. At the minute, bus services are getting cut, people aren't using the buses. The bus companies say the route's not profitable, they cut the service, and it goes down and down and down. We have to turn that around. We have to make the buses more reliable, more frequent, encourage people to use their bus, get out of their cars, and then the money that would be get from tickets goes back into the system, and then we can look at all sorts of different options down the line. The last thing I'd say on options for people travelling around is the most frequent way for people to get around the city is walking. And our Director of Public Health, you will hear from shortly, is, we are working very, very closely on this to make sure that walking and cycling and wheeling are absolutely at the centre of our plans to get around the city. Because it's not that itself has not been an attractive proposition as it should have been. We need to put in better cycle infrastructure. We are on with that. We're just about to introduce our first what's called Dutch-style roundabout, where there is safe cycling infrastructure in the city centre. But crucially, we need to not think about cars over here, buses over here, trams here, cycling. They all have to be integrated, and that is what we are seeking to do, to make sure that this city, this region, has a proper integrated transport system that is designed and run for the people of this city.
So I've put the Mentimeter thing back up there because I am going to come to you shortly. But Rosamund, I know we will get into growth because someone's bound to ask about growth. Okay. So, but what I'd like you to do for me is just a little bit of the first inquest, second inquest, what happened in between, and then what you think the power in terms of campaigning the death certificate change has made, because that really did make people sit up and pay attention, perhaps not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's really strange to sit up here on this stage and to say that Ella remains almost 4 years on the only person in the world to have air pollution on her death certificate, when we know the amount of people who die every year, not just in the UK, but everywhere from air pollution. And I think the fact that even doctors even ask me, how did you do it? Well, incredibly hard, actually, and it's not over. People have tried since, and it's almost been impossible, because there is a fight back about it. There are, as you know, burning fossil fuels makes a hell of a lot of money. I think my naivety was walking out of court, and I had an incredible legal team, thinking now that I've got this death on the death certificate, everyone's going to, you know, stand up, you know, pay attention, pay notice. I mean, I think it's definitely worth me saying to people in this room is, obviously we have a new government in, and we are very willing to work with the government to address this issue. And that's because we all breathe air. Unfortunately, we don't all breathe the same air. As much as I admire governments and councils' issue over smoking, I believe air pollution is far more serious. You know, air pollution is something that affects everybody, whereas smoking doesn't. And I think I'm going to tell the government, I think that's kind of like an easy way out, to talk about banning smoking in outside areas. Oh, by the way, my daughter, Ella, would have so approved, because she hated going into hospital with people outside smoking. So I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. But the more difficult decision to make is to clean up the air. I don't know whether water's more visible, and that's caught the public imagination. But someone told me recently, it's not like we are competing with water, not really. I think water should be clean as well as air. But air seems to impact far more people. And it'll be interesting to hear from the Director of Public Health what he's going to say about air pollution.
So I did a bit of research before this as well. It's kind of part of the job description. So according to the World Health Organization, there are 11 million deaths caused by high blood pressure, excess deaths. The next risk factor for death, 8 million people a year from air pollution. 6 million people a year from smoking, but only 10 to 15% of the Earth's population smoke, whereas everyone breathes.
Which
Right?
I was saying.
It's not a 25% factor, yeah. It's a factor of 10 factor. And then high blood sugar, the kind of lunches we had today, obesity, cholesterol, sodium, alcohol use, kind of declining to about 1 million each, excess deaths. So air pollution is the second most risky for your health, i.e. early deaths. So, and the real tragedy about air pollution is modern air pollution you can't see, right? So the people who drove the structural inequalities in Sheffield could see the pollution and chose to live uphill and upwind of that pollution. So that's why that part of Sheffield is the wealthy part of Sheffield, and the west and the east is the poor part of Sheffield, because that choice was already made, because you could see pollution. But the invidiousness of today's pollution is that the air looks clean, even though it's not clean, because the particulates are so small and nitric oxide is essentially invisible. And they are the issues. So my question to the pair of you, my last question to the pair of you is, should air quality have a United Nations sustainability goal? So, you know, there's an SDG for clean water and sanitation, there's an SDG for affordable and clean energy. It's kind of included in SDG 3 for good health and well-being, and in SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. But should it be so important Should it be explicit?
100%. That's why I campaign for clean air to be a human right. The last government didn't really like that.
They didn't like human rights at all.
No, they didn't.
Only wealthy rights for the last government.
They told me that. I mean, they were very honest with me about it. They go, Rosamond, this is great. We do have an issue, though, with the word human rights. But we have Keir Starmer. Someone keeps laughing. We have Keir Starmer now, and his background is in human rights. So I hope to 100%. The same way, you know, there is a human right for clean water. You know, on a very serious note, there should be a human right for clean air. Look, if you can smell it, if you can taste it, then it means it is there. And, you know, very similarly, what happened to Ella was we live so close to the South Circular. We actually live just off the South Circular. And also, Ella wasn't unique. Lewisham, where I come from, it has one of the highest rates of childhood asthma. So as I sit here for today in Sheffield speaking, there are children who are continuously breathing dirty air. I think one of my advice also to councillors and councils is when you're implementing these policies, now that everyone knows how bad air is, do not allow certain people to lobby you to put in things that suit just one side over the other. I think Sheffield has had enough problems historically from people doing that. Someone needs to speak up for those poorer people. The reason why I was asking you about politics, it seems like air pollution has become a political topic. And what I say to the people of Sheffield is you need to continue to lobby your MPs back in Westminster because we don't know yet what this government is going to do about it. My aim, and if I have the opportunity, he claims to have an open diary for me, although he hasn't given me a date yet, the Health Secretary. My question to him is going to be that unless he cleans up the air, then the number in the National Health Service isn't going to go down. As we say in public health, prevention is better than cure. And as long as the air remains as dirty as it is, people are going to continue to get health. I know the government has a drive, they want everyone back to work. That's not going to work with the rate of cancers and things like that. So for me, that's where we need to focus on as a nation. I currently want there to be a public health campaign all across the UK about clean air, because I do think we need help. We need to explain to people why some of these decisions are being taken. Wood burning comes into that. Again, not a very popular topic. So I'm bracing myself for more backlash about that. But I tell my children, it will be worth it. Sometimes, you know, when you're campaigning for things, people don't see what you're trying to do. And I'm not some kind of eco-warrior going to change myself, so people don't need to worry about that. But my children used to, you know, some of the abuse I get, and I say to them, well, when I'm dead and I'm long gone, it will finally hit people what I'm trying to achieve. But the health of the nation is not in a good way. What's my concern? People in their 30s and 40s who are developing cancer, and some at stage 4. And it's not just, obviously, air, but water, food, everything is part of that. But I think the fact we breathe 12,000 kilos of air every single day, I think that is definitely part and parcel of it. And I think going around, it is worth highlighting that the poorer people have been disadvantaged when it comes to, I mean, who knew what they were thinking about all those years ago when they built Sheffield in the way? But, you know, we can't keep on going back. We need to go forward. And things, you know, we are asking for behaviour change, and that isn't easy. And it's not popular. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend it is. But what's in health? What is in a life? I believe every life is worth saving and fighting for. And we need to continue to bring that message up. And I was listening to the talk on aviation, very very closely. And I sort of said to Tom, does that mean that people who are going on holiday once a year, are they the ones who are creating this? And he said to me, no. But sometimes it's the way we frame messages and we get them out. So it is the 1% of people, like you're saying. It's not someone who's imagine someone working hard for a whole year and deciding to go to Spain on their holiday, and suddenly you're like going, oh, we need you to fly less. It feels as if that's what they're being told, but it's not them that are creating and benefiting from them. And I think the message, Frank Kelly from Imperial, he's one of the top scientists on air pollution. And I remember leaving COP21, and I said to him, do you have any advice for me? And he said, on your campaign, you should actually tell people not to burn things, that any form of burning is dreadful. So it doesn't matter what it is. You try living next to an incinerator, and you will know exactly what I mean by that.
Well, look, I think your original question, Tony, was around should there be an international standard benchmark around this? Yes, I think there should. And I think the very fact that we're having this conversation today and that kind of question can be posed and us to have a serious conversation about it is testament to the work of campaigners like Rosamund and others like Graham, who you mentioned at the beginning, who have been campaigning for many years to make the case that air pollution kills people and clean air saves lives. And what it also requires is people in positions of leadership, political, civic, across the public sector and in business, to also be very, very clear about this is not a negotiable here. Air pollution kills people, clean air will save lives, and not to waver on this one. The first meeting that I chaired at last year when I became council leader, there were a whole load of people who came to the meeting to ask me a load of questions about the clean air zone, wanting exemptions and wanting to, and on the doorstep when I'm out knocking on doors, talking to people, this occasionally does come up. I'm making the case to them, as I am before you today, that clean air saves lives, and we need to, as I began, we need to drive down the air pollution levels in this city. I take your point entirely around compliance. That is one measure of this, but is it the right measure? Is it an acceptable measure? No, we need to go much lower than that. So, we in positions of responsibility have a lot to do to continue to make the case. On your point around meeting the health secretary, I think you absolutely should, but I would say that the responsibility for how we structurally change the determinants of poor health does not sit just with the health secretary. It sits with the chancellor, it sits with the home secretary, it sits with all people across government and in business, because what we're trying to do here in Sheffield is shift the conversation away from one being a medical-led approach to being one that's focused on those social determinants of poor health. And that is about what kind of homes people have, what kind of work they do, what kind of opportunities they have, what are the barriers that prevent people from living healthy lives. The NHS does need to shift quite a lot to be more upstream on this one. So it's about the conversation broadening out beyond health, in my opinion.
Could I just respond to that? I think the coroner made that very clear. It's not just health, you are right, but it's the environment and it's transport. It is everyone. But whilst people continue to pass the parcel, no one is actually taking responsibility for that. And what the coroner also said, that we need to monitor air pollution, and there needs to be, the public also need to be aware. People aren't going to change their behaviours if they do not know they are breathing dirty air. And also they need support. That's what I have learned from London. It's all okay telling people not to drive, not to do this, not to do that, but they do need support in changing, van drivers who that is their day-to-day job. And I'm sure if you said to most of them to drive an electric vehicle, they actually would. But where are the funds coming from? Who is supporting them out of that? We ask people to take public transport, and you have given us a clear. I'm not blaming you personally about the situation of the buses. I feel individuals are always being told, do this, do that, but we need help, we need leadership. And that's why I'm lobbying the government to do a public health campaign. What I've been told is, oh, Rosamund, but that's going to cost about 5 million. But by the way, 5 million is a drop in the ocean when you look at the health budget. There always seems to be excuses. A lot of people don't know how bad air pollution is. So rather than Sheffield do the air thing, Leeds do the air thing, London do the air thing, why don't we have a national campaign on, you know, public health, clean air? I'm sure Sir Chris Whitty would back that as the chief medical officer.
Can I just pick up the point around vans and people not being able to upgrade to zero emission vehicles? This is absolutely right.
Oh, okay, I thought I said the wrong thing.
No, this is
Bang on,
absolutely right.
absolutely.
We've handed out £6 million worth of financial support to people in the city to be able to upgrade their vehicles. The funding that Sheffield got allowed people to upgrade their vehicles to a compliant level, not to zero emission. Yeah. And so, you know, this is kind of baked in at the minute that we just weren't able to support people. Now, are the people, do they have enough disposable income? Are their businesses doing well enough to be able to pay the full cost of that themselves? No, which goes back to why, you know, we need to get this city's economy growing. So people have got the financial means to be able to do it should they choose, but they will need a lot more help to do that. Absolutely.
And we've got 14 minutes left. Okay.
Question.
Yeah, so for conversation pieces from the audience. So I've been looking at them in terms of how they've been voted up, okay? So one thing that's coming from the audience is this. Moorland burning season is upon us. What can we do about this locally? This is actually a 0.1% problem. So moorlands are burned around the more affluent parts of Sheffield by people who are orders of magnitude more affluent in order to generate fresh growth of heather to feed grouse that can then be shot in their thousands. And it's subsidised by the government, right? Because it's about land management. And the land management they do is to actually denude peat bog, oxidise peat bog, and release it as carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So what I think we should do is eat the people that are burning the land.
I didn't say that.
That's you know.
Last year, I called for a ban on moorland burning because some of you in the room may remember there was a day in late September last year where there was a significant amount of burning, and the atmospheric conditions that day meant that
the smoke rolls down the hill.
Sat in the valleys, and air pollution graphs for that period show a massive spike on that day. So last year I called for a ban, and I will be seeking to have conversations, to understand what this government's approach will be to it. This is doubly damaging, as you say, Tony, because not only does it lead to a significant increase in harmful pollution, but this is also burning through an immense amount of carbon that is locked up in our peat bogs. They are the UK's rainforest in terms of the amount of carbon that is locked up in those peat bogs, and the landowners are burning through it at a really dangerous rate, not just for today, but for future generations. And so, I think we've got a real issue here, and there is, the generational degradation that they're doing to our uplands is enormous.
I mean, the interesting thing, I've heard many people say that the tragedy of the air is the tragedy of the commons, in that nobody owns it, therefore it doesn't have a steward, that nobody's looking after it, which is, I agree, is complete and utter bullshit. Because in every situation where there is a steward with respect to land, the land is generally degraded in the aim of short-term profit. There is very, very few land uses that regenerate soil, that rewild. They're few, and we hear a lot about them, but they're few and far between. And this whole kind of ownership concept is really, really bad in terms of land use and the concentration of ownership. But it would also seem that at the other end of the spectrum, that nobody owns the air, and you have to do something really, really bad to get in trouble about poisoning the air. You know, everyone knows, and it's in one of these questions, the convenience of personal and easy travel means that people don't want to recognise its social and environmental cost for everybody else. That it's essentially a selfish opportunity to personally travel. You know, that it's a disbenefit to someone else. So how do we change the narrative? Because we lose the argument all the time, telling people to do this, telling people to do that. You know, the 15-minute cities, you know, the right-wing press had an absolute field day with those. So what do we do about messaging? You know, how do we get people to come along on this air quality journey?
Well, I think COVID taught us a lot, didn't it?
Yeah.
How not to message. And the repercussions are coming there. I love when you said no one wants to own the air. This is like Ella's inquest all over again. It was a problem for people to take responsibility, believe it or not. But I think coming from an academic background, I would always believe in education. I don't think people are stupid. You know, and you know, when you have 30, you know, people in their 30s and 40s now getting cancer and things like that, this hasn't just happened. And I think I am a firm believer, as the coroner said, after reading so much research, that there needs to be a public health message, not just in this country, like everywhere. People are getting ill, people are dying, and you know, very similar to smoking. I don't know what public health are going to tell us about medics in this field. I do think we need to get doctors involved in this, medical doctors, because they see the repercussions from what is happening, and they're quite vocal in London about it. I struggle to find asthma figures in Sheffield, so I'm not able to quote something that I'm not aware of. But I think having people in health talk about this is very, very, very important to convince the public. If right now we say to people, drink dirty water, I don't think anyone will say, yay, let's drink dirty water. And that's how I try and frame it, that people are breathing filthy air, and it does have an impact. Imagine doing it day in, day out. Some people live in areas of air pollution, go to work in areas of air pollution. They don't literally get a break from it. And unless we clean up the air, the whole thing with inequality is going to continue. So that's what we need to, I think, educate people. Let's start. There is a reason why governments are resisting public health campaigns, I think, because they know the game is up. But let's wait and see what this government is going to do. But that is number one on my agenda. Education, and I think Sir Chris Whitty and other people will be only willing. Sir Chris Whitty admits that air pollution is a problem, but it's something we can actually do something about. And for those of you who don't know, he did an annual report in 2022 for that. So he has spoken about this matter. We can do something about air pollution. It's about choice, isn't it?
So Tom, go on, quickly, and then I'm going to read out something from the audience, word for word.
Okay, well, just on messaging, I think we need, or how we change people's behaviour, we need to educate, absolutely inform people, be really, really clear about the threat, be upfront that clean air, it saves lives. We need to do everything we can to incentivise behaviour change. So, you know, improving the bus service is a good example of that. But I think in terms of who the messengers are, you know, one thing we're looking at is who is a trusted messenger here. And a good example for a lot of people in their communities is schools are a really good trusted messenger. And so if you can frame some of the conversations around encouraging people to walk to school, cycle to school, coming from the school rather than from the council or from government on this one, you know, you need to think about who's going to be able to land the message better with people. But Tony, let me let you read out the question.
So this question has had 13 thumbs up in the Mentimeter. Okay. And it's this: clean air zones, like many sustainable initiatives, punish low-income working class people whilst allowing wealthier individuals continue with little effect to their life. How can this be tackled? And
I knew that was coming somewhere. Ah. So this is very similar to what was going on in London. So the question I normally get asked is, if things are so bad, why don't they ban them? I just think, oh, those days it was under Rishi Sunak. And my answer to that question was, if Sadiq had even remotely tried to ban something, it would have ended up in court. And that's the honest answer. I'm not even taking sides. I think the government would have taken the mayor. I don't know what the laws of the UK are compared to France. So in France, they've managed to do that, ban certain areas. But I have to admit, I have admired, Sadiq's got around that now. So Oxford Circus, that may happen there. I think it's looking, there was so much resistance to it for quite a long while. But I think now that is going to happen. I think, yeah, it's difficult. I think the car and everything, people do need to get to A to B, let's be honest. And if there aren't buses, if there aren't trains, the trains are so expensive. People will need to find alternative. I think people need to make it easier for people to change. I don't think it's okay. I haven't met anybody who has said to me, I want to breathe dirty air or anything like that. I think people do want to change, but I think governments need to make it easier. And when I say governments, because it's not just a UK issue, this is a worldwide issue. That figure of 11 million, that's worldwide, and especially the global south. My concern is there seems to be a bit of a backlash against everything. The whole net zero thing. Yeah, am I concerned about that? Yes, because I feel like air pollution gets amalgamated into the whole argument there. And for me, this is about public health, by the way. This isn't about politics at all. And I believe that all parties in Westminster, all councils, no matter what, whether you're Labour, Liberal or Green, you should all get together on these things. That's what I believe, but I'm not in politics.
It's 1407, Tom.
Okay. Well, look, I lead a three-party administration of Labour, Liberal Democrat and Green, and we are working together to do this. On the question, I think I would slightly amend the characterization of the current setup by saying that the current system we have, which assumes that the dominant way for people to be able to get around and the right way for people to get around is in their car, punishes low-income families in this city because they are the least able to be able to afford a car. So structurally, the system is already punishing people who cannot afford the car. By accepting a situation where cars are the dominant way to get around, we tolerate a poor public transport system. We tolerate cities where cycling infrastructure is not good enough. We tolerate cities where pedestrians are thought about last in the pecking order. We have to flip that round. That's what we're trying to do here, to make sure that everybody, whatever your income, is able to live in a city where the air is clean.
So I know that Tom has to get away for 10 past, so I'm going to draw things to a close here. I'd like you to join with me in thanking Tom and Rosamund for what has been a fascinating conversation, and I think it has. For those of you who put specific questions about the clean air zone in the Mentimeter, we've captured them all, and I'll be handing them over in writing. So I apologise for not dealing with them because they were kind of specific to streets in some cases. But we have collected all those. And we'll have a quick change of set for our next session. And both of you, thank you very much indeed. People in lab coats running up now. Jill? She's here. Okay, right, sorry, I hadn't spotted you. Where's Greg gone?
Is it a bad situation when we've lost the Director of Public Health? We're just waiting for one more member of our panel and then we will get started. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here he is. Oops. Okay, I think everybody's in place and settled. So welcome to our fourth session of the day, which we've titled Not Being Distracted by Inconvenient Truths. I should start by introducing myself. So my name's Joanna Gavins and I'm a linguistics professor here at the University of Sheffield. And one of the things that we know for certain as linguists, and it's something that any one of my undergraduate students who've attended today and are here with you will tell you, is that the language that we use on a daily basis has the power to directly influence our behaviour and our choices. And so how we talk about the environment affects how we interact with the environment. And so all of the language choices that we make matter. And some of the most influential language that we encounter on a daily basis, and the main way that the vast population get their information about the environment and science and sustainability, so outside of academia, is the news. And this might be in a newspaper or on TV or through social media, but whatever the source, the news stories that we read and hear every single day shape how we think about the planet and how we think about each other. And it's very easy for us to forget that every news story has an author. Every author has a bias. There is no such thing as objective language, and even simply what is chosen as newsworthy in the first place has the potential to change how we think and how we behave. So our session this afternoon is going to be looking at how certain sustainability issues are presented in the press and what effect this has on how we perceive the climate emergency and the actions that we take in response to that. So we're going to be showing you a selection of recent news stories, and we're going to be asking you through Menti again, and I'll show you the link in a second, to vote and to tell us how concerned you are about the topics that these stories raise, and also whether you think academics are doing enough about these problems. How much do you think we should be doing? And then we're going to be asking the panel for their views to compare and contrast kind of what public opinion, if you represent the public, to see how that compares with academic opinion. So are these things that we should be worried about? What should our response be? Should we be lobbying policy and decision makers, or are they all exaggerated concerns and scare stories? So before we get started, I'm going to introduce, well, no, I'm not going to introduce them. They're going to introduce themselves. Some of them you've met already today, so we can be quite brief, but others you haven't. So I'm going to start with Greg at the end and then work down the table, and they'll all introduce themselves to you.
Hi all, thanks for having me. So I'm Greg Fell, I'm the Director of Public Health for the City of Sheffield.
I'm Rachel Rothman. You've seen me up here quite a few times today, but I come here with my Professor of Sustainable Chemical Engineering hat and obviously co-director of the Grantham Centre.
I'm Jill Edmondson. I'm in the School of Biosciences and I'm here as an academic. My research really focuses on how we improve the sustainability of our urban and agricultural systems.
And you've met me before. Turns out I'm in every session this afternoon, and today, no, for the next hour, I'm a very grumpy chemist.
How is that different, Tony? Okay, so we're now going to show you, one at a time, some recent stories from the news. And we're going to be asking you, like I said, to tell us how concerned you are by the issue highlighted in the article and how active you think the research community is in dealing with it. And what this is going to do is, hopefully, fingers crossed if it works, give us a neat little matrix, I've been told, I've been promised, where we'll be able to see kind of how those things sit on a nice graph, which you'll see in a second as it emerges. So this is our first article. There's a link at the bottom. If you're participating on Menti using the code at the top, then you can actually click the link and read the full article if you like. But in summary, it's all in the headline really. Microplastics found in every human testicle in study. And essentially what this article is about is a study that tested actually only 23 human testes, as well as 47 testes from pet dogs, and found microplastic pollution in every single sample. Okay? It goes on to say that microplastics have also been recently discovered in human blood, placentas, breast milk, and that the impact on health is as yet unknown. Okay? So if you can take a second to digest that, and then tell us what you think. So by using the code, you should be able to vote and tell us, firstly, how concerned you are, and also how active you think the research community is being around this issue. And if this works, the graph should start to develop to show us some pretty dots about where people's opinions are falling here. So we can see as the results are coming through that concern is going up and down a little bit there. And hopefully it will steady shortly so we can see also how much you think the academic community is being active or not very active. Okay. Okay. I think that's telling us that you're all kind of on the concerned side, somewhere in the middle, just over the line, but that you don't think that the academic community is being very active about it so far. Am I reading that graph correctly?
I think it's the dot at the bottom. The label one is the label.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, so you're not concerned. All right, should we just move on? Yeah. Okay, Tony, you immediately kind of sprung in there with good. Yeah. Tell us why good. Quite literally.
That was a considered response. I think the N's very small, not many in the study. The other studies that have looked at the effect of microplastics on human health, there's only one that's reached a conclusion that there is an effect. Everyone else's is there might be. If I want to be worried about micro things, It's about microparticulates that are air pollution from combustion rather than microplastics. And this week, in the New Scientist, which is kind of the scientific arm of the Daily Mail, right? Even they asked the question, are microplastics something we should be worried about? And the answer was no. Where people have found profound effects, the dosage levels of microplastics on cells have been hundreds or thousands of times higher than a dosage that might be seen in a wild environment. So this, for me, microplastics are a very convenient truth. And if you go looking for them, you'll find them. But it's you know, in the majority of situations, they are inert. Plastic lasts forever. And if it's inert and lasts forever, how can it be dangerous?
Okay. Greg, you look ready to come in, so...
Yeah, what Prof said in the main, I think my non-technical interpretation of that is meh, really. So it's a headline writer's dream, isn't it? Sort of unknown things causing threat to humans in an unknown sort. Well, 23 humans, or 23 testes, so 13 humans. Sampling bias, yada, yada, all that kind of stuff. What headline writers write usually doesn't convey the complexity of the story. We all know that, but we all remember the headline. Headline writers and those that sell us newspapers know that full well. So I kind of read that stuff and I think, well, absolute versus relative risks, what was said versus what wasn't said. Even the story doesn't get into the detail, and maybe the New Scientist, I've never heard that line, I like that, might get into detail, but I doubt it. All of the interesting facts are going to be in table 14 on page 67 of the manuscript. No one's going to read that. They're going to read the headline and think there's a moral panic about testes, microplastics in testes. I'd rather be concentrating on micrograms of particulates in the air. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got some
And I clearly have a role as a headline writer for Viz.
Okay. Jill, is there anything you want to add?
I'm pretty much in agreement. I think one of the key things in the study is that when it talks about dogs and their sperm count and the decline, there's no causal link there. That, you know, sperm counts are declining in human populations and probably in other animals, but the cause is probably, you know, it could be air pollution, it could be many things. So, yeah, I'm fully in agreement, really.
Yeah, I mean, I agree as well. It frustrates me no end when I see things like this, which are, well, this might happen. Well, lots of things might happen. It doesn't, but they've got a headline out of it. And there's been a similar one talking about microplastics found in blood vessels and to do with cardiology. And because my husband's a cardiologist, I sent it to him, and his response was, well, this has been published because it's a hot topic, not because of the quality of the science. And I think that says it all.
Yeah. So it's a really strong meh on our first article. And yeah, I think Tony and Rachel and I were on a similar panel at Festival of the Mind a couple of weeks ago after watching a documentary on microplastics, which was full of these kinds of scaremongering stories, and the response from the audience there was pretty much the same. Let's see if you think differently about this one then. So this one is about Drax Power Station, which, for those of you who don't know, is a huge power station in Yorkshire. My dad used to work there, for those of you who didn't know that either. And the headline reads, why the UK's big subsidies. So this is a story from The Guardian. And the detail is that Drax Power Station, or Drax Power Plant, as they describe it here, claims to be the UK's largest renewable energy power plant. And what they're burning there now is no longer coal, as it used to be when my father worked there many years ago, but 7 million tonnes of biomass pellets a year. And they generate almost 4% of the UK's power needs. But green groups and climate scientists insist that Drax is still the largest single source of carbon emissions in the UK, and that the owners should not be benefiting from green subsidy schemes to the tune of about 500 million a year at the moment. Again, there's a link there to the full article if you want to read it, but what we want to know from you is, again, how concerned are you about power plants like Drax, and Drax specifically, receiving this amount of funding? And do you think that academics are active or not very active around this topic? So I'll give you a minute to submit your answers, and then I'll attempt to read the graph more accurately than I did the first time. We broke it.
So many people voted, but we broke it.
Oh,
We've tried
great.
to fix it and we've broken it again.
Okay. Apparently it's broken. I mean, it is doing something.
And then we're going over our limit of people who are allowed to vote.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you need to watch to see where it went, which was up the top.
Okay. Okay. Maybe we could do it. We could do it the zero carbon emission way then, and put your hands up. Okay. So please, could you raise your hands just to give us a general sense from the stage if you are very concerned about this issue? I would say that's quite a good majority. Could you raise your hand if you're not concerned? Okay, and somewhere in between? Okay, so I would say the majority are very concerned. Next would be somewhere in between, the minority are not. Could you raise your hand if you think that academics are being active in this area? And not active? Somewhere in between? I would say that the majority there is somewhere in between. Okay, thank you very much. That was a lot easier, wasn't it? Okay, so can I turn to our panel now and see what they think of this issue? And I'm going to start this time with Rachel.
Thanks. Ultimately, we have to stop burning things. And I think that's the first thing to say. But we can't stop burning things today because we wouldn't have enough power and electricity and we'd have huge power cuts. So I think there's a different question about what we should be doing today versus what we should be trying to do in 5, 10, 15 years' time. It is a good thing that Drax isn't burning coal anymore, for example, and that they found biomass. I think a lot of the stuff in the news recently has been about the source of biomass and where that's coming from, and is it coming in on ships, and I think there's a question there about needing to have credibility and understanding of the source of that biomass, and from my perspective, from a research perspective, about understanding the whole system, because it's really easy to say, oh, we'll use biomass, but where did the biomass come from? What was the footprint of moving it around? What was the biomass used for this instead of something else? And we touched earlier on the balance between use of biomass for energy versus for food. And so I think we have to look at the whole system. And the problem is that the question gets so big, it becomes impossible to answer all the parts and balance the system, and you get into some kind of crazy optimization that's not possible. I think there's a question about whether, I know biomass gets called renewable. I would question whether it is renewable. It's potentially more renewable than coal is, in that it'll take less time to grow new biomass. But it's not like that tree kind of pings back again the instant it's felled. And that one other thing that I think is a challenge that a lot of people miss, and I had a really interesting discussion with Sol Brown, who's a professor in my department who does a lot of energy systems research, and the point he made to me is that electricity in the UK is at 50 hertz, and the fact that it's at that frequency is important for all of the devices and things that we use by plugging into our electric sockets. And one of the things that gives us that frequency is the fact that the electricity is produced by things that spin round. So when you burn coal or biomass or gas, you essentially generate hot gases which spin turbines which make the electricity. And that spinning ensures that our electricity is at the right frequency. And if you stop doing any of that burning, you don't have control of the frequency of the electricity grid anymore. So you get into a dangerous situation where your electricity is not at the right frequency and it causes all manner of chaos. So there are some big kind of technical systems questions that need answering before we say we have to stop burning everything, but ultimately we should be looking at how do we do that to get there.
Jill, can you come in as well and speak to that?
So from an entirely different, not an engineering background whatsoever, I think the thing that's interesting with this from a sort of, from an environmental perspective, from my side of things, is where are we growing the trees that we're using for this? What's the trade-off in that decision making? So if we're increasing a demand for biofuel, what was the land before? Are we losing other semi-natural or natural habitats for commercial forestry? Or are we losing agricultural land? And if we're losing agricultural land, we've then got a dual challenge, because we've got a growing global population that need energy, but we also need food. So what are the costs in terms of food provisioning of that? And then also, what's the environmental degradation associated with that commercial forestry? So we know that agriculture sort of really heavily can degrade our soils that underpin our ecosystems. What's happening with that biomass production? And I think that's one of the key issues that doesn't really come across in this article, but it links on to that. Where's that fuel imported from? What are the environmental standards? And we're essentially exporting our environmental costs to other countries. I think I'll stop on that.
So five thoughts from me. One, words matter. You've picked up on that. Biomass. It sounds nice, doesn't it? But it's forest that we're chopping down. I think in Canada, and basically importing them on dirty diesel ships, and then the whole ecological footprint of that causes me a great deal of concern. But biomass sounds lovely. So concern one. Concern two is sort of, why is the public purse subsidising one of the wealthiest industries on the planet to the tune of, in this case, billions? I can't find the number now, billions. I think I'm right in saying we spend 7 trillion a year on subsidising the fossil fuel industry. That's 2% of global GDP. We spend 4% of global GDP on education. So nearly as much, or half as much, on burning the planet as we spend on educating kids. And that kind of matters. And why? Because isn't the point of private sector to make investments in the future of the planet and that kind of thing? That concerns me greatly. We're directly subsidising an industry that is causing the destruction of the planet. It kind of really, really matters to me. We're sort of subsidising the concentration of power as well. Enormously wealthy organisations that do control an awful lot of small and big political power. And last point from me is the sort of the we should be writing more about alternative sources of energy, and I'm deeply not. I get your point. I agree, but we should be doing an awful lot more talking up renewable sources of energy as opposed to this. Well, this is renewable, but it's a lot longer time frame.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and I agree with you. Terms like biomass are utterly meaningless to the vast majority of people on the planet, and are used deliberately to greenwash and obfuscate. Tony, the grumpy chemist view.
Like what they said.
Okay.
I went to Drax. So the guy who gave the Royal Institution Christmas lectures in 2017 couldn't be bothered to come up from London to film his own piece at Drax Power Station, so asked me to do it for him. And so I had a script and a film crew and someone from the PR team at Drax that was there. And the script used the word combustion. And I wouldn't say combustion. I insisted on saying burning. So we recorded it 5 times, and then they realised that I was never actually going to say combustion, because people needed to know that they were burning stuff. So the words are really, really important.
Yeah.
And biomass is, in this sense, is the greenwash that allows the subsidy. Yeah. And it absolutely should not be subsidised.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real concern, isn't it, is that the greenwash is written into policy and becomes the basis of policy on the...
yeah, written in the policy.
Yeah, and even those people making those regulations and policies don't know what these words mean and yet base entire national policy on them. Can we go to our other? That's okay. We can do a show of hands. We did it before. We can do it again. Our next story is about butterflies, or rather the lack of them. So it reports on a recent study. This is from the BBC. Thank you, Anna. Which is reporting on the national, what the Butterfly Conservation Charity has termed a national butterfly emergency. They do an annual big butterfly count, and it recorded its lowest ever numbers this year. Again, you can, well, no, you can't vote, so don't vote, but I do want to know what you think of it, whether you are very concerned about the loss of biodiversity that's reflected in this story, or whether that you don't feel that's a pressing issue in environmentalism. So can we have a show of hands about whether you are concerned or not concerned? Let's start with concerned first. Please raise your hand if you're concerned about butterflies. Pretty much everybody in the room. Okay, anybody not concerned? You'd be brave to raise your hands after that. Okay. Do you feel that academia is being active enough around biodiversity loss? Please raise your hands if you think they are being active enough. Please raise your hands if you think they're not. Okay. So a majority thinking that there is plenty of research and activity going into biodiversity loss as a topic. And Tony, you raised your hand very sharply there, so can you tell me why?
Well, my experience is that biodiversity loss as part of sustainability is very, very well covered in academia, and often to the extent that it crowds other areas out.
Oh, okay. Can you say more about that?
Just, you know, there are some things that are really, really easy to talk about, and everyone goes, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
and
do you want to use your microphone?
And everyone says, oh yeah, that's right. And then there are other areas where you might want to talk about that aren't so popular, yeah. And people aren't quite so prepared to listen.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's quite interesting that we find it easier to empathise for people and animals than we do for more abstract concepts and ideas. So I think that's, you know, biodiversity is one of those, particularly when it relates to animals, is one of those topics that does get a lot
It's reporting on the big butterfly count. We've had a really poor year for pollinators, and that's weather-driven. So it was likely that numbers would have been low anyway this year because of the cold and the wet weather that we've had. So I have students who go out doing pollinator surveys, and they don't do them in the weather that we've had most of this year. And I think the other interesting thing that this story sort of pulls in is the use of these neonicotinoid pesticides, which are banned but have been allowed in emergency use in apparently 4 times since they were banned. The interesting thing there is that there may have been an impact, but that's not what this story was about. This story was actually about a decline recorded by citizen scientists in butterfly numbers. And that's driven by habitat loss, it's driven by environmental degradation, it will be driven by pollutants, and it may well be driven by pesticides. But there's no causal link there. And in some ways, this story of all the ones that we've selected, I thought, it was the most disingenuous in many ways in the way it was portrayed. Anyway, I'll stop.
Rachel, do you feel that your research is being crowded out by charismatic pollinators?
No. I mean, I agree with what the others are saying, and I agree with Jill that the kind of cause and effect's not there. And I think sometimes stories like this are a bit disingenuous in the message they try and give, but actually the messages are still good messages that sit underneath it, and that's a bit of a challenge when you're someone who maybe does understand the science. I was going to talk a little bit about is enough being done on this, and I think ultimately the point of doing research is to provide evidence about how we should maybe do something differently or keep doing it the same. And I think there's a lot of evidence actually out there about not using this certain types of pesticides or about the habitat loss. And in that respect, there is a lot of research covering this. And I guess the question is there enough research answering the remaining questions that need to be done? And I think Greg's point that there's a difference between policy and research is key, because just because there's a lot of research being done and generating the evidence, it doesn't mean that that evidence ever turns into policy. And maybe that's where the gap is turning the evidence that research has produced into policy that will ultimately make a difference.
Yeah, Jill.
Just to follow up on that, I think the other thing, and this is a nice place to talk about it, is thinking about how we translate that not into just policy, but into behaviour change amongst people and amongst societies, because it's not just policy, top-down pushes that can change behaviour. It's also bottom-up, and it's thinking about how people as individuals or how communities can change how they manage land for example, pollinators, or how, use of chemicals and pesticides. So that there are 2 approaches to it, and I think we need both to change behaviour.
Yeah.
So when we were talking about the microplastics in testicles story, Jill pointed out something about sperm counts in humans and dogs. And often those things get blamed on something. And this loss of pollinators gets blamed on something. And I actually think that the same somethings are at the root of both fertility in mammals and pollinator loss. And that's the way that we've flooded our environment with small molecules that are very potent, whether they be herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, or other kinds of drugs. And actually, it's that kind of deep and all-encompassing concentration of new synthetic molecules that are very potent that's driving lots of these issues. And that never comes out, because people focus on just the one issue, right? Microplastics in testicles, loss of butterflies, or even at a bigger level, microplastics in general, biodiversity in general, without actually linking the 2.
I'm going to ask a question of my own then now. So, what you're essentially saying to us then is that you think that there's plenty of research out there, but it's not being acted on, and focus is being drawn towards the wrong aspect of that research. So what's missing in that process then? How do we make sure that the right bits of research that apparently is being done is turned into policy and change? Greg?
I'll have a go, and I'm not sure, is my short answer. There's a sort of thing about the research that's done cutting through to policy making is really hard. Going back to the story, butterflies do cut through. So, but there is something about, yeah, we'll write a story about, or a headline about butterflies and then kind of completely miss the point. The whole system matters, as Tony said. It's sort of, yeah, the butterfly is the route in, but then it's beholden on the scientists, the policymakers, those that enact policy, and our colleagues in the media to sort of portray the whole of the system, the whole of the machine, and why shifting the whole of that matters, not a story about butterflies, which will probably be misleading. But the butterflies will cut through, so I wouldn't totally dismiss butterflies.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go on to our next story then. So this story is from The Conversation, and is about the kind of end results of climate change. It starts by talking about how our infrastructure is increasingly vulnerable to disruptions caused by extreme weather. Your home may not be in the path of the current, for example, the hurricane that's hitting Florida today, but who is responsible for the power staying on, the toilets flushing, the water keeping running, and making sure that our infrastructure, even when we're not in the path of a hurricane, is resilient to climate change. So again, I want to know what you think, whether you are very concerned, not concerned at all, about infrastructure. It's working again. Okay, let's see if we can break it. Please vote on Menti to tell us whether you are concerned or not, and how active you think researchers are being in this area.
Oh, got all those dots. See, now you get a dot for everybody who replies.
Yeah. Okay, bit by bit we should get a picture emerging of how you all feel about it, and then we can ask the panel whether it reflects their concerns or not. There's a lot of people telling us how they feel here. This should break it quite quickly. Okay. I honestly think just asking you to raise your hands is quicker. While we're waiting for it to settle, can you raise your hands if you are very... Oh, there we go. People are very concerned. No. I think it's broken again. Okay. Can you raise your hands if you're very concerned about this issue, please?
It should stop with the whole spider web showing you all.
Yeah. Okay. Raise your hands if you're not particularly concerned about infrastructure and climate change. Okay, raise your hands if you think there's enough research being done in this area. Raise your hands if you don't. Okay, so the majority are concerned and don't think enough is being done. Rachel, can I come to you first on this one, and can you tell us whether you agree with that?
This is an interesting article because it doesn't actually give answers to it, it more poses questions. And I agree with the questions they're asking, and in that respect I agree with it. I think the effects we will see due to extreme climate change, I'm very much concerned about them. Do I think we're doing enough work on it? Probably not. And a lot of things we look at are about mitigation rather than adaptation. And in a way that's a good thing, because the best thing to do is to mitigate so that we don't have as much climate change and then you don't get as many extreme weather problems, rather than ignoring, trying to get rid of them and then just dealing with the consequences. So in that respect, you know, we probably should be focusing on mitigation, but I don't know if anyone's looked at the kind of projections going forward about what the coastline of the British Isles will look like as climate change increases, and quite quickly the sort of bump on the east of England vanishes and is underwater, and it's just gone. So anyone living there, their houses aren't going to be there, and the whole coastline changes completely. You know, a lot of Sheffield, we're probably okay. We're in the middle of the country, we've got a lot of hills, but Doncaster, It's going to be mostly underwater. So should we be concerned? Absolutely, we should be concerned. And we need to be thinking not just about mitigating, but what things we need to be putting in place now to help mitigate against and adapt to those things that happen. I mean, I lived in the Netherlands for 3 years as a kid. Most of the Netherlands would be underwater now if it wasn't for the dikes and the canals and the pumping systems and the windmills and everything else. And they were put in place so that the country could exist in the first place. And we're going to have to think about how we have that kind of infrastructure and not wait till it's too late to put it in place.
Yeah, isn't that the key issue? It's when we take action that's important. To give an example or a comparison, that my roof has a hole in it. I ignore it all year long. I'm not ignoring it at the moment.
Yeah,
and
my
there's
roof
rain
also has a
running
hole.
down my walls, and now I can't get hold of a roofer. And of course, and these problems only become real problems when they're right in front of our faces and causing problems to us immediately and in our own families and in our own homes. Greg, did you have something to add?
Negotiations continue with Mrs. Fell about buying a house on the East Coast. I really don't think it's a good idea. For what it's worth, I think we've been really well served by our freshwater flooding plans. You know, a multi-billion-pound investment, 100-year plan. I think we've been pretty well served by that in most of South Yorkshire. Not so with regard to East Coast, sea rise, that kind of thing. And I don't know. I'm hoping someone somewhere has thought through, though, what happens when the population of Scarborough move west, the other way around. So that does concern me. I was struck by the story. I think it's easy to, it's sort of, who's to blame? It's easy, we all then auto-frame towards individuals, much harder to confront systemic factors, and I think that's a recurring theme of this discussion this afternoon. Those industries that run the infrastructure are responsible, and the regulators. The government needs to set the right policy context, the right enabling environment, but those industries, companies that run our infrastructure are responsible for mitigation and long-term adaptation. I do think it's easier to do the mitigation rather than the adaptation. With long-term investments, 50, 100-year time horizons, I'm not convinced that in the current context much of that is happening, but I do so hope to be wrong.
Yeah. Tony? Nothing to say.
We're all going to agree with each other. Can
Yeah.
we find something to disagree on?
I'll see if I can find one. Let's see if the next one is one that we can disagree on. This is one for my students because they're going to be looking at this story in some detail in their seminars in a week or so's time. Because it's very interesting to me in terms of how the story is framed linguistically. So this is a story about polar bears being forced into people's paths by the climate crisis, and this is in The Guardian. It talks about a recent encounter in Canada, in an area of Canada where polar bears are very present and populous. But it talks about how polar bears are essentially moving into villages and towns in Canada, and that this is because they can't find enough food, and that it's causing a crisis in that area of Canada. And particularly, I'd learned from reading this story and from looking up other stories following on from it, that in that part of Canada, the local people are given what's called a harvest quota. So there's a certain number of polar bears they are allowed to shoot each year for food, and they are saying, if this continues, we're going to have to shoot more than our quota, okay? So it's about that kind of very delicate balance between human life and other animal life. So I'm interested to see what people think and what the panel think. Could you please raise your hands if you are very concerned about how the climate emergency is robbing polar bears of food and putting them in the paths of humans? Please raise your hands if you are very concerned. Please raise your hands if you're not concerned. Please raise your hand, because there's not been many go up, if you're somewhere in between. Okay, so most people feel a little bit ambivalent about this. Could you raise your hand if you think that enough is being done in academic research into these kinds of problems? Okay. Who thinks more should be done? who doesn't really have an opinion either way? Okay. So clearly polar bears are not a Sheffield problem, or that's how we are responding to this. And it's quite similar, I think, to the hole in the roof. You know, if there was a polar bear in your back garden, you'd have an opinion on it. What does the panel think? Do you have an opinion either way, or again, is this something that you just don't see as kind of being a pressing problem for you, Greg?
I wondered what the point of the story was. The story focuses on polar bears, not habitat loss. That kind of frames the wrong question, I think, in people's minds. And yeah, as a resident of Sheffield or near Sheffield, it's a sort of, doesn't involve me. So why? What's the point of the story? I can't engage. I struggle to engage with it in any meaningful way, because it was a thing that, yeah.
Rachel.
I thought the title of this was interesting. So polar bears are forced into people's path. I'd like to bet that in that particular area, the polar bears probably existed before the people moved in and built a city. So have we sat ourselves in the polar bears' path? Or are they being forced into our path? And I would like to suggest it's the former, and maybe we shouldn't have been there in the first place if that's where the polar bears want to go.
I actually looked up where this happened on a map after I read the story. And it's actually further north and further into polar bear country than an area in Canada which is known as Polar Bear Alley.
That's amazing.
You'd think when they moved there, they would have put two and two together. But, and you know, I'm being silly, but you know, the polar bears, yes, have been there long before humans, and humans have settled in the polar bear region in order to hunt polar bears.
My son loves polar bears. He has a large cuddly polar bear. And he saw me looking at this story, and his instant reaction was to the picture, oh, polar bears. And then I told him what it was about, and he's like, well, why don't the people get out the way? Yeah. And I mean, he's only 9, but you can't really disagree with that sentiment, can you?
Yeah. Tony, Jill?
I mean, I agree with this, but I think it's just one story that is one of many in this sort of human-wildlife sort of conflict that are going on globally, because our footprint now is so vast across the globe. So even if you think back to COVID, you know, that's a zoonotic disease. We are now interacting more with that wildlife in those areas, and it's causing problems for us in many, many different ways. And I think this polar bear example is one that's maybe drawn attention because it's a polar bear, it's a cuddly polar bear that people like, you know, that may be causing issues for a small number of people. But it's part of a much wider issue that we've created.
Yeah.
I'd have been far more interested in deer invading gardens in Fulwood during COVID and eating people's plants, which is what happened, because we were in the deer's way and have been for a long time.
Yeah. I wondered where polar bears would land on the charisma scale compared with butterflies, for example. And it's clearly they've been
pretty high.
chosen as a means to talk about something more important, which again is biodiversity loss.
But I think the issue here is the easy use of a charismatic animal, and it's the easy misuse, because the issue's not about the polar bear, the issue's about habitat loss, and the issue's about loss of ice cover, right?
Yeah.
Not about grumpy polar bears or grumpy chemists.
Yeah. And it's hard for people to empathise or connect with melting ice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, our last one then. Have I skipped one? No. Is about soft plastics. So this is a Guardian story which reveals that, well, not to us, but reports that most soft plastic collected for recycling is burned. So 70% of soft plastic, according to this article, collected in supermarket recycling schemes specifically, ended up being burned rather than anything else happening to it. How much do we care about this, and do we think enough is being done? Please could you raise your hands if you think this is an issue of great concern. Please could you raise your hands if you think it isn't? Okay. Who thinks enough is being done in terms of research activity? Who thinks more could be done? Lovely. I'm going to go to the polymer chemist then for this one.
Well, I'm outraged for this for all the reasons that the majority of people won't get. I'm outraged about this use of microphones. I'm absolutely outraged about this, but for a whole different set of reasons.
Okay.
So the worst thing you can do with plastic is burn it, because if you're burning it to generate electricity, the electricity has a higher carbon intensity than burning coal, and we've stopped burning coal. There are 269 energy from waste plants in the UK. They produce 2 gigawatts of our power, which is about the same as Drax. And no one's complaining about that. And we're actually building more of these energy from waste schemes. And it's of the hierarchy, right? You know, the reduce, reuse, recycle, and then the last one is recover the energy. We've actually got that one absolutely wrong, and we shouldn't be burning plastic at all. I'm delighted that people are collecting it and taking it back, right? I'm outraged with what's been done with it, not because it's a lie to the people who are collecting it, but because of the environmental damage that it's done. And actually, as it turns out, Sheffield University is one of the few places that are doing research in this area, and Fanran's sat over there.
Tony, you shocked me that you're outraged, but I'm also outraged. You know, we make a lot of the reduce, reuse, recycle. Everyone then focuses on the recycle bit. We forget the reduce and reuse bit at our peril, and we know we do that. The systemic drivers in society that kind of push us down that path. I didn't know that significant. I do me thing and shove it through the little pouch in the supermarket when I go in. I'm also outraged that it's burning. It's a betrayal of trust, to be honest. I think it will make many people think, well, why do I flipping bother? So there is something about, made me think, who's burning it? Why? Who's accountable for that? What are the consequences of that in terms of air pollution, wasted energy, wasted carbon, wasted all sorts of other stuff? And I immediately got quite angry and wanted to go and do some digging, which I will do later and may go off on one.
Yeah. Rachel.
Yeah, I chuckled when we had this story in here because this blew up, so to speak, last week, and I got phoned by the BBC, who then put me on 7-minute blocks going around all these little local radio stations with every presenter essentially asking the same 4 or 5 questions to talk exactly about this story. And they wanted people to be outraged about it, and in many ways we should be. But it missed the point that we should be using less plastic in the first place. And by providing these recycling holes in supermarkets, it almost gives people a free pass to use as much as they want, put it in there because it's okay, it's going to get recycled. But recycling in itself takes a lot of energy and has a big carbon footprint. And ultimately, we have to use less stuff and not see recycling as a silver bullet. Recycling should be further down the line of what we do when we ultimately can't use the thing anymore. And there's good reasons why flexible plastic isn't recycled as much. That's what it's about. It's about soft plastics like bread bags and crisp packets and things. It's hard to recycle, and we're still using loads of them. And at the minute, we don't have the infrastructure to do all of the recycling of all of the soft plastics that we use in this country. Now, there's a new piece of legislation coming in, extended producer responsibility, that puts the onus on the producers to think about the end of life of the packaging that they put out there. And depending on the ease of recyclability of the packaging, the tax will be different. So things like soft plastics, which are hard to recycle, will be taxed more. What that should, in theory, do is put money into the system to improve the recycling infrastructure. In practice, what will happen is the cost will be passed on to the consumer because the producers aren't just going to take the hit. So it's going to cost us more to buy things in flexible plastic. Will it reduce the amount of stuff that gets bought? Possibly not. Will it increase the recycling that happens? Maybe, because we'll have more infrastructure. Recycling flexible plastic is not a profitable business. That's why there isn't lots of infrastructure for it. So ultimately, we just need to use less of it. So am I concerned that we're burning it? Yes. yes, we need more research, but ultimately it's not just a research problem, it's a system problem.
And so I come from a family where my granny and my mum and dad used to wash plastic bags, bread bags, and hang them out on a washing line to dry so we could reuse them. And I think we've kind of forgotten all those things that we used to do because things were much more scarce, that actually we should be practicing now to reduce our use of these things. And the same thing applies with the research that I do on food. You know, people who grow their own food, another skill that we've lost, waste 95% less food than people who don't practice that and don't have the invested value in the product. And the plastic bag is kind of the same thing, I think. So that's from a really non-scientific but just family perspective of how we manage that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That's the last of our stories, but we've got some final questions for the audience. We want to ask you 3 things to wrap up this session. The first one is whether you think the press is covering the right issues. I'm really hoping you might be able to vote on Menti for this one and that it will work. Oh, thank goodness. It doesn't seem to mind quite so much. Okay, so we've asked you, do you think the press is covering the right issues? Do you think this kind of press coverage helps people realise the urgency of these issues? Or is it too late and we're all doomed? Okay, so we've got a very low score, really, for the press covering the right issues. Would the panel like to respond to that? Do you agree with that? That simply the right issues are not making headlines?
Because the right issues don't make headlines. Because the right issues are complicated and they're not simple. And there are often many different solutions, not one silver bullet. And if you're a headline writer, that's very difficult to comprehend. Just the soft plastic, you know, those molecules are designed for a specific application and are often unique for that application. And if you mix them, you get an average. And then the average is like the vernacular use of average, meaning not good enough, right? And so the average really is, and you can't close loop recycle. And that's far too complicated a story to tell in a headline.
Yeah. What about then the kind of press coverage that we've been talking about then? So, you know, kind of, I'm going to say scaremongering headlines, the focus on animals, cuter the better. Is that kind of press coverage that we've been looking at today nevertheless helping people realise the urgency of the situation? Rachel?
I think people start to understand the urgency, but not necessarily of the right issues. So if we take the butterflies and the polar bears, are they just worried about butterflies and polar bears rather than habitat loss that we've spoken about that doesn't come through strongly enough? So I think a certain amount of urgency is coming across, and the challenge is making that urgency directed in the right way.
Yeah. Greg?
Same for you, butterflies cut through, polar bears cut through and all that kind of stuff, but the business end of this is dull, it's complex, it's boring, it's really, really hard to convey in a headline, therefore probably don't bother because nobody would read it. And, you know, headline writers are there to sell their papers, to sell their media, whatever they do. The business end of all of this is sort of the focus on the actions the individual can take, and even then cut through is hard, versus actually the focus is on what policy environment should we have, what are the systemic drivers of this, what can we do policy-wise in engineering systemic solutions, as opposed to the headline writers inevitably have to write about very, very superficial individualistic stuff, but we all know the business end is much more complex. There's no easy answers to that, however. That's why we have policymakers to translate the butterflies into what's emblematic of is something much more complex.
Yeah. Jill?
I think the other thing I'd just add to on all of the points that have been made is that we, as people doing this kind of research, need to be better at communicating it and making sure that we don't write irresponsible press releases that grab headlines, because that's what happens, you know. It's the testicle story is the obvious one with it, isn't it? You know, it's a dream. And, you know, we often work with media teams, and it's just making sure that we work in the right way with them.
As the linguist in the room, I couldn't agree with you more.
It's not just press releases, though. So I got asked to review a paper for a journal, a reputable journal. And these chemists had done some chemistry on polystyrene because they wanted to do some chemistry on polystyrene. But then they dressed the research up in we're going to solve the plastics waste problem, okay? And then went and bought a polystyrene cup and showed that the chemistry that they'd done to upcycle polystyrene worked on the polystyrene cup. So what, right? They didn't address the scale of the problem. And then the whole thing was wrapped up in a Save the Planet message, whereas actually it was business as usual. And academics are terribly guilty of that, of dressing up their research wolf in environmental sheep's clothing.
Thank you. So we started a little late, but we do need to wrap up now. So we've had wishes and genies, but I'm going to ask you to write your own headlines, each member of the panel, in response to the question, is it too late? Are we all doomed? Greg?
Why did you come to me first? Are we all doomed? No, I don't think it's too late. We you know, on climate change sustainability, we've missed many windows of opportunity, but it's never too late. Our actions now will matter for generations, decades, probably centuries to come. So whilst we might miss the target, there's still an awful lot to play for. Our policy actions matter probably an awful lot more than the actions that individuals will take to recycle their soft plastic and all that kind of stuff. It's the policy that really matters. I don't think it's too late, and I don't think we're doomed, but we do have to act.
Okay, so the headline, it's never too late, says Director of Public Health. Rachel.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can turn this into a headline, but it's not too late. We all need to work together to find solutions. And to me, that's key, that you have to look at the whole system and we have to work together.
Yeah, thank you. Jill.
I'm also rubbish at headlines. Titles are about the worst thing the thing I'm worst at. But I think I agree it's not too late. But I think the key thing is that we need to focus on adaptation as well as mitigation at this point.
Tony.
If it is too late and we are all doomed, it doesn't matter because biodiversity will flourish.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to follow that up other than to thank our panelists for some really great reflection and conversation, and to all of you for being patient with the technology and sharing your opinions too. Could we give the panel a round of applause, please?
So you might have noticed that I had nothing to do with the planning of this meeting because I was involved in both sessions and was also down to make the concluding remarks. So I want to say some thank yous to you for taking part. So many of you for being here for the whole period. It's been great. I mean, it's been really informative, quite unusual in terms of an academic exercise. I want to thank all the panel members for their contributions. The poster presenters, most of you did what we asked and prepared a poster that focused on sustainability rather than the detail of your research. Some of you didn't, and I'll be having a word with those. The poster presenters, can you take your posters home with you tonight? Because that room's going to get used by someone else, and poster tubes with your names on are in each room. But the most important people to thank are the people who really organised this and made this work. Deborah Beck and Jana Green, and thank you very much to both of those. And the person leading the applause was Richard Sully, who kind of was puppet master behind the scenes. So thank you to those two. Please give them a... The thing I took away from today was our challenge is actually to change the buts, that's with a single T, into ands without a H, right? So turning buts into ands is our challenge, and we always are faced with the but when we talk about sustainability issues. There's always a reason why not to. And I understand that that's a coordinating conjunction grammatically, and we need to change that. We need to change our coordinating conjunction from but to and to allow us to reach our sustainability objectives. So with that, I declare the party open. You'll find drinks and canapes behind you. Please enjoy yourselves. Please help yourselves, mingle, stay as long as you like, and I'll see you up there. Thank you all very much indeed.